Okay, we are live.
Excellent. All right, everyone, welcome. I will call our general committee meeting to order. Welcome to the final general committee and council meeting of the spring sitting of council. Of course, due to the COVID-19 physical distancing measures and the order in council restricting gatherings, general committee is practicing physical distancing. Our councilors and executive management team and the clerk are all participating via video conference. Members of the executive management team and the senior leadership team who have reports on tonight's agenda are not visible, but they are available to answer questions associated with any items on the agenda. So we will run through the consent agenda first. We do have an item of deferred business that we will do before we get to those items, but we will run the consent agenda first. So for the consent items, as always, I'll read out the title associated with the recommended motion from the staff reports of the items for discussion. Members of general committee, please ask if you wish to hold the item for debate. If the item is not held, the motion that is printed on the agenda is deemed to be approved on consent. There will be no further discussion of that item tonight, and the recommendation will go forward to City Council for consideration at our meeting later tonight. So it is an unusual double meeting to allow these matters to be ratified tonight. I will talk about the deputation procedure at the end of this for any of those interested. But we will be considering these matters later this evening at City Council, which will begin immediately following General Committee. Okay, consent agenda. Staff reports that are on tonight's agenda. The first staff report is with regards to the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport runway widening, allocation of the city funding portion. No holds on that item. It is approved. The next item is the 2021 business plan and budget directions.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Gary Harvey. The next staff report is with regards to the lease of city-owned property at 24 Maple. No holds, that is approved. And we have the 2019 audited financial statements. It's to receive them. No holds on the statements, that is approved. We have a number of items for discussion. On tonight's agenda, the first item for discussion was placed by Councillor Rittman, Councillor Aylwin. It is an invitation to the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority to present their 2020 budget companion document. No holds on that. That's approved for presentation. Next item is put on by Councillor Harris and myself. It is the formation of an anti-racism task force.
I need to declare on that one, Your Worship.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
In order to meet my legislative obligations under Section 17, Sub 3 of the Police Services Act, I will not participate in the discussion or the vote on this matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, has Councillor Harvey's potential interest been recorded or interest been recorded? Thank you very much.
It has.
No holds on that item. It is approved on consent. Thank you, members of General Committee. The next item is also an invitation for a presentation. It's put on myself. It's to invite Shaq's World to come and make a presentation to General Committee in August. No holds on that. It is approved. We have an item put on by Councillor McCann regarding a council strategic priorities session. No holds there. That is approved. We have an item regarding speed cushions on Dock Road put on by Councillors Jim Harris and Councillor McCann.
Hold.
Held by Deputy Mayor Ward. Next item is with regards to parking restrictions on Autumn Lane. No holds on that. That is approved. That's put on by Councillor Harris, Jim Harris as well. Okay. So the items that were held are only two. But the first one's fairly significant. It is our budget directions and business plan, or business plan and budget directions report. We will deal with that immediately following the item of deferred business, and then finally the item for discussion that was held. So proceeding through our agenda, the deferred business comes next. The item is was referred by motion 20G104. This is the status of the McLean's Minister's Zoning Order, Oro Medonte. It's a memo from Andrea Miller, General Manager of Infrastructure and Growth Management, dated June 22nd, 2020, regarding the status of the McLean Minister's Zoning Order. Councillor Riepma.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I was the one that put this matter took it from our circulation list to move it on to this meeting tonight for a more fulsome discussion. Later on tonight at council, we have a number of deputants to discuss this matter as well. So I don't know that I want to spend a lot of time discussing it at this point. Ms. Miller, she's prepared a status report for us. I think that it is very well done. She's in the process of completing that document, the whole technical report, but the status report already says, you know, there are some concerns about the process that has been followed on this application. She raises some concerns about the planning process in terms of how it affects, you know, the city. And also she raises questions with respect to servicing and how that might work out. I did circulate a motion earlier on, and sorry, Mr. Mayor, it does require some work on your part. And basically all it does is it says, asks you to send a letter to the mayor or to the minister. And I'll just read my motion that correspondence from Mayor Lehman be sent to the minister to advise, first of all, that the city of Barrie is conducting a technical review of the McLean request for a ministerial zoning order, and that will be completed by July 31st, 2020. And B part, that the results of the review will be considered by City Council at its meeting of August the 10th, 2020. And then lastly, that further correspondence advising of the City of Barrie's position on this matter will be sent after the August 10th, 2020 City Council meeting. I think at this point, it's important for us to just advise the minister that we are proceeding with a technical review of this application. The process that's involved in this one is quite unusual. It consists of a ministerial zoning order. So it doesn't follow the normal planning process that we require of all of our developers and builders in our city. Ms. Miller has said that she will have that report finished by July 31st. And I'm quite sure that she will. And we will consider that report on August the 10th. And then we can advise the minister what our position is at that time. I think that it just clarifies to the minister that we want to have the opportunity to do a technical review of this matter. It certainly has a significant impact on the city, but I don't think at this point we're at any position to prejudge what Ms. Miller will finally recommend in her report. So I'm hoping that councillors around the table will be able to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Riepma. So there is, the motion is moved by Councillor Riepma that we will correspond with the minister to indicate that the report is coming, and that correspondence will follow with council's position on the matter after our August 10th meeting. I saw Councillor Morales and then Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Ms. Miller, if Ms. Miller's on the line, for minister's zoning orders, I know they're new in the province, but I know that the Barrie area, Simcoe County, has had the most use of them in the last 18 months or so. Is it common to send not a letter of endorsement from the council, because I know that's the process, but is it common to send a correspondence from the mayor and council preemptively before supporting that? It almost seems like we're sending a pre-decision. So A, is that required? And B, do you know any municipalities that do this?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales. Minister's zoning orders have been around in the province of Ontario since about 1970, but they are not used very often. And certainly, as I understood, Councillor Rietma's suggestion is that we are simply advising the minister that we are reviewing this material, but we are not taking any position on that. And I would see that as a regular course of business.
So do you need a motion to, if you're doing this as a regular course of business, do you need a motion to do it? To do it in what you would do regularly?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, the process that we have currently set out is that staff are doing their staff technical review. And I believe what Councillor Rietma is suggesting is that he would like council to let the minister know that council is awaiting a staff's technical process. So for that piece, I do believe that a motion would be appropriate if that is what council is looking to do.
Okay, so Councillor Rietma, the source of my question is as the follows. If we want to let the province know we're doing technical reviews, that's great. But like, why? I think tonight there's going to be a lot of why are we doing these things? It's going to be the theme of the night. If we do this, aren't we tying ourselves to? We're not tying ourselves to giving a council approval over to get a minister zoning approval, but it just seems unnecessary. And there might be information between the technical review now to when we make the decision that might make us not request a ministerial zoning, in which case I just don't want this notice to bind us. It just seems very unnecessary. They know we're doing a technical review. Otherwise, that's what municipalities do. That's what they do before they get to this. So I'm trying to get, as Councillor McCann often says, I want to get to the source of the why, because I don't see a why right now. And I just don't think it's necessary unless there's a very compelling argument to the why that wouldn't bind us or set us down a road that we want the flexibility on. I need to be compelled.
All right.
Go ahead, Councillor Rietma.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Morales. The why is fairly simple. Ministerial zoning orders can be approved by the minister without any notice to anybody, any consideration of any particular matter. And this proposal came to light when the municipality requested the county to support it. And when we became aware of it, we went to the county, and after discussions with the township, and agreed that we would do a technical report. The minister doesn't have to pay any attention to whatever it is we say, whether we're in support or opposed to it. However,
Councillor Rietma, I just want to clarify for the.
Sorry, Councillor Morales.
We're gonna have a long meeting.
Councillor Morales. Sorry, Councillor Morales. Councillor Rietma still has the floor.
Okay.
So what this motion does is it formally advises the minister that this council is doing a technical review of this application, and it says that we will take a position on this matter at our meeting of August the 10th, and we will advise the minister of that position at that time. It doesn't tie our hands one way or the other, because I don't think at this point we should make a determination whether or not we're in favor or opposed. I think it behooves us, however, to tell the minister that we are in fact working on this, and to expect something from us on August the 11th, I suppose. I think that it's important to do that, because we are a municipality that will be significantly affected if the minister decides to approve this application. I'm not saying that we, should take a position that we oppose it, but I think we need to recognize that there will be an impact on the city of Barrie one way or the other.
Thank you, Councillor Riepma. Ms. Miller, through you, Mayor Lehman, does the ministry, to your understanding, does the ministry already know we're doing a technical review, or were you even considering this for Mr. Zoning?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, I believe that the county warden has included that notation in correspondence to the minister's office.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Miller. This motion is unnecessary. It binds me too much for my liking. I'll be opposing it. Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Deputy Mayor Ward.
I will be supporting it. I just got a couple of comments, but I wanted to ask you a couple of questions, Mayor Lehman, just to make sure that if this motion passes, will you be forwarding a copy of this resolution to MPP Doug Downey as well? It's not in the motion, but will you be doing that?
We can certainly do that.
Yeah. And would a copy of Ms. Glory's memorandum be included in the report as well, in what you're forwarding to the minister?
I would absolutely think that the public memo should be attached to the letter to the minister, yes.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to, and I will be supporting it. I think it's been a shocking disregard of the planning process in Ontario, this application. It's, you know, if you look at what the city of Barrie did, it took us 10 years to plan for the annexation lands. 10 years, we spent millions of dollars to make sure we were going to do it right. We followed the process. Developers paid hundreds of thousands, probably millions of dollars on their part for various planning studies to make sure we were going to do it right. And this is basically Oro saying they're going to do a runaround. They're not going to pay any of the fees. They're not going to do any of the public consultation. We're just going to get a minister to approve a subdivision, which will add 2,000 or 3,000 people right on the edge of Barrie. I mean, there's not even a farmer's field between them. These people will be right on the edge of Barrie. It's basically an expansion of Barrie's settlement boundary without any of the process being followed. So I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Others who wish to comment on the motion? Councillor Harvey and then Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, my question is just more on process. Since we do have, I believe, 4 deputants that intend to speak in regards to this, wouldn't it be prudent to hear the deputations prior to even doing a vote on this motion?
Yeah, it is a little bit unfortunate in terms of the timing, and that's not Councillor Riepma's fault. It was referred from General Committee last week on the circulation list, so there's really no other, there was no other avenue for him to pursue this. I think my suggestion procedurally would be Council or General Committee should ratify whatever they wish to at this point. We'll hear the deputations, and if necessary, we can amend it after the deputations at Council a little later.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for that question, Councillor Harvey. So on that process piece, that's helpful to know. I will be supporting the amendment. I do feel, in light of other comments made by Deputy Mayor Ward, that even with deputations coming forward and this council this time not having a position on this, I do think it's a great due diligence piece to communicate in an added way to the ministry, the premier, to let them know that we do have a timeline for how we are looking to consider this. And hopefully, should there be any type of expedited decision in lieu of knowing that we have a time frame to which expect a comment, it might just avoid making a decision without any type of added intelligence or information that we are looking to provide.
Thanks, Councillor Kungle. Any other comments on the motion? I'll add, maybe just for General Committee's rounding out the background on this file. So the applicants came to Township of Oro Council in the latter part of last year with a request for Oro Council to make application to the minister for a minister's zoning order to permit this development. Oro Council did not have the matter reviewed by staff, but approved the application or the request for a minister's zoning order at that time, based on the presentation from the applicants. That then went to County Council, and as Councillor Riepma noted, that's when Deputy Mayor Ward, myself, and Councillor Riepma all picked that up, and I think Councillor Kungle was just coming on to County General or Committee of the Whole at that point. The concern, of course, is that with the minister's zoning order, there isn't any public consultation. And as Ms. Miller's memo outlines, there are very real implications on the city of Barrie if 3,000 people are approved in this development on the other side of the road on Penetanguishene Road. So because we want to have the time to look at those implications and then have our staff tell us what the impact is on Barrie so that we can put that position to the minister, whatever that looks like, we asked the county to hold off approving their support for a minister's zoning order. And they agreed to pass a motion that says it is pending the City of Barrie's service review. So this motion tonight, all this does is puts the minister on record. And I do think it's important that if the minister can do whatever he wants. If the minister chooses to proceed, it will not be because he doesn't know that there are significant concerns about the impact on the City of Barrie. And certainly I have received a high volume of correspondence from individuals opposed or concerned to this, both Oro residents and Barrie residents. And I know we have a few of them making deputations tonight. I know others have corresponded with us. But regardless of their position, City Council's position, Barrie's council, because we're not the planning authority here, this is ultimately up to Oro Medonte, or in this case, the minister. But it very much affects us. So I think it is appropriate that we tell the minister we are looking at these issues. And I want to thank Ms. Miller for her initial memo, which, she didn't just say, this is what we're going to look at. She said, these are the concerns that we can identify just based on the information we've got, and this is why it bears more looking into. So I'd urge members of General Committee just to support this. It's just correspondence to the minister, but let's make sure that he isn't making a decision in a vacuum of information out of Barrie because of the process. So unless there are any other comments, I will call the question on the motion that's on the floor. Those in favor, please indicate using your cards. Any opposed? One, that carries. Okay, and as noted, I know there are several people online already who are either scheduled to make deputations later or are here for this item. Those deputations will be heard at City Council, which means you have a bit of a wait because we're still going to go through a couple of items on General Committee's agenda, and I don't think they're going to take 2 minutes. So thank you for bearing with us. Those of you who are already online for the McLean Farm matter, it will be coming up at City Council when we're through General Committee's agenda and we reconvene as City Council. Okay, we can now move to the two items that were held. And the first one was the 2021 Business Plan and Budget Directions Report. It was held by Councillor Harvey. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll put the matter on the floor as printed, and I do have an amendment. I would propose an amendment that we change section 1 and amend the percentage for the tax rate supported budget to 1% instead of 1.95%.
Okay, the item is on the floor and we have an amendment, and the amendment is to change 1.95 to 1% in paragraph 1. Councillor Harvey, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. The reason I'm proposing this is I think in light of everything that's transpired, especially in recent months with the pandemic, a lot of financial hardships that people have been suffering as a result of that, I think it's prudent upon us to set targets that are somewhat a little bit more aggressive than what we've seen in the past. And far too long, we keep seeing these tax increases that are floating around the 3% mark year after year over the past decade, other than the odd year. And really what this does is just give staff direction. It may or may not be an attainable number, but I think it just tightens the guidelines moving forward for them through their budget deliberation prior to the binders being presented to us near the end of the year, which also too potentially may streamline the process when it comes to us having to go line by line through the budget, trying to pull things out to get a budget down to a percentage that we're all accepted to. Because on top of this 1%, we automatically have the 1% infrastructure levy that we see every year regardless. So the reality of it is, even with this amendment, we're still looking at a guideline of 2% overall.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Harvey. On the amendment, members of General Committee. Councillor Riepma, and then I have Councillor Morales and Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In many ways, I share Councillor Harvey's concerns because our budgets just seem to keep going up every year. However, when you read the staff report that accompanies this recommendation, you see a lot of times they say, well, we don't know where things are going with COVID. We don't know what the provincial transfers are going to be. There's a whole lot of question marks out there. And I really appreciate Councillor Harvey raising this thing, because I think we need a whole new way of financing municipalities. And we really need to tell the province that because our property tax base is just simply not efficient, nor is it sufficient. And we get money kind of tossed at us. Oh, here's a couple of million for this and a couple of million for that. And next year, maybe we can count on it, and maybe next year we can't. And that's not to say that we don't appreciate the gas tax that seems to be coming our way pretty regularly. My difficulty with putting such a low cap on it, as Councillor Harvey is suggesting, is that I think our staff needs this kind of flexibility to be able to tell us and make a recommendation for a budget that makes good economic sense for the city. We're going to get hit hard because of COVID, and we'll need some of that room depending on what the province does for us or to us. It's with some reluctance that I'm going to oppose Councillor Harvey's suggestion. I think I'm more comfortable with the 1.9%, and hopefully staff can bring back a budget that is well below that, but I think they need that flexibility at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riepma. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Riepma on this. We don't know what we don't know. We make our best to do projections, but this year is going to be especially difficult. I don't want to make staff's job unnecessarily difficult for them to try to achieve an unrealistic target. And I know that staff work hard to get into that number, and they usually do every year. But this year is just tough. As Councillor Riepma said, we don't know what the transfer amounts we're going to get from the province, from the feds. That lower amount is also extremely low. I'll just remind everybody at council, the 1% for the infrastructure renewal fund, while that is still a cumulative number that the tax base increases by, council has always treated that as an independent number. We keep that at 1%, and we kind of look at the operational tax increase separately. So if council wants to move away from that philosophy and just get rid of that 1% and look at everything holistically, that's up to council. It's not up to me. But the whole logic of, the 1.9 plus the 1 being kind of a bigger number, we need to realize that councils before us in the 90s, in the early 2000s, especially the 90s, did not invest in infrastructure. And we're making up for that. And we need to communicate that to our residents when they look at the final number. That's not what we created. That's an issue that was there before. So I get Councillor Harvey's point. I share it, that the overall numbers always hurts. But we got to make the tough decision, and I'm not willing to give up on our infrastructure. And I'm not willing to bind staff to an unrealistic target and make their job more difficult than it already has been these past few months. If we get large provincial or federal amounts, as Councilor Rietma said, let's adjust those numbers. When we get to budget time, we do magic in 3 weeks, getting that number down. But that's going to be some heavy cost to programming. And, for people here who appreciate programming and other things that we do in partnerships with the county, that's going to be on the chopping block. I'm just not comfortable making that target that low until we have a better understanding how much money COVID-19 is going to cost us and how much transfers we're going to get. So I would recommend let's stay off, wait for more information once we come around Labor Day and see where everything is.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Morales. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just a question for Councilor Harvey, just to make sure I got it right. You're asking for just to come back with a 1% increase, not to give us options for 1%. Is that correct? In other words, come back with a budget increase of 1%, not come in with, let's say, a 2% budget and a 1% budget.
No, well, no, through you, Your Worship, the way the staff motion is worded is to create a budget within the confines as set out by this council, no different than it has been in previous years. And I know last year was the same way. Again, it's just a set target for staff. It's not a hard number. Like, I mean, maybe the 1% is not attainable. However, I think when we look at the grand scheme of things of what we've seen occur more recently, and especially over the last several years, I don't know of anybody that year after year is seeing a 2.85, a 2.95% increase in their salary and wages, and let alone that would still be taxed, which does not amount to that amount. And eventually, I heard it at the door time and time again that the bubble's ready to burst for some people because they just can't keep up with the increases that we're seeing year after year. I know the city's under constraints because of the annexation and different things moving forward. All this is to give staff a guideline moving forward when they go to do their budget deliberations, to come back with something a little more lean than what we've seen in previous years. It may not be an attainable number. However, the current number that's within the budget, because as Councilor Morales says, the infrastructure is looked at as a separated number, but try to tell that to a taxpayer. It's all combined, because no taxpayer in this city will buy the fact that 1% doesn't exist as a piece on their property taxes. So we need to look at it globally, realistically, because I think we're only just trying to fool our constituents to think that that number doesn't actually appear on the tax roll.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Harvey. And I can't support it because I think it's an impossible task. I was trying to find the reference in the report just now, and I know I read in there that even at 1.9%, they are going to have to make service cuts just to reach that target. I think to reach 1%, they probably will have to make greater, well, in fact, they will have to make greater service cuts. And if we're going to reach 1%, I think council should be the one deciding where that extra 1% is found. We should be the ones that deciding that we're going to close recreation facilities during days or eliminate staff or something. We should be the ones making those decisions. It shouldn't be staff making it. So for that reason, I'll oppose it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Councillor Thompson, I think I saw you next.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to CAO Prowse, a little bit along the lines of what Deputy Mayor Ward said. Just on our contractual obligations with staff, and what percentage of that would be for next year's budget?
Sorry, Councillor Thompson, you were lagging a little bit there. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson. I think your question was around our contractual obligations to employees related to cost of living increases, et cetera. Councillor Thompson, I'd have to confirm, but I believe it was 1.7% was last year's cost of living increase.
So basically what Deputy Mayor Ward said, for us to get to 1% would be extreme service cuts.
That's a question, Councillor Thompson.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Pros.
I think the piece I would add to the discussion, Councillor Thompson, thank you for the question, is is that it's important that council remember that we only directly control about half of our budget, about 55%. About 45% is our service partners. And historically, although council has asked them to toe the line on cost increases, if you look back for years, and in fact, probably decades, the reality is they've come in significantly higher than that. And for our city staff to then meet a lower budget request, that means internally we need to find additional savings, not just the one-for-one savings. We actually have to offset additional costs through our service providers. And that has a compounding factor. So I would offer that up.
For that reason, I'll find this very difficult to support, so I won't be supporting this motion. But thank you, CO Prouse. You got a lot from that question.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Others who wish to comment? You know, I probably would have supported this. I'll just make a few remarks. I probably would have supported this if it was asking for an option. I think my challenge with this, there's a couple other things that haven't been mentioned yet. First of all, picking up on Councillor Thompson's point, one of those, or CIO Prouse's point, one of those service partners is the public health unit. And there's just no way they're coming back in 2021 for a major reduction in their budget or even a flatline budget. I suspect they will be one of many service partners that will have an increased budget demand. I actually, if I can make a sort of general comment on trying to pick the right number, I struggled actually, and I was talking to CIO Press about this today, I struggled to be doing this tonight at all, because to be frank, just the impacts of COVID themselves are not yet very well known. We've received no relief from the federal or provincial governments. We know that. We're still hopeful there might be some. But what we're trying to do is look forward to 2021 and give reasonable direction. And you know, I think the reason I would have supported the option, Councillor Harvey, would have been in line with your rationale that we can anticipate that many of our residents are going to face a tougher household budget in 2021 than in most years. And it is on us to try and do everything we can. I think the reality is with the service partner increases, with the impacts of COVID, for example, in the appendix of the staff report alone, it indicates that the transit budget is 1.7%. That's the contracted cost for next year. So whatever that difference is between 1.7 and 1, staff have to go find that in terms of service cuts elsewhere. And I suspect the cuts to service, as other members of General Committee have noted, are likely to be severe as a consequence. So none of this changes, of course, although I'm sure it won't play out that way on social media tomorrow. But none of this actually sets a tax rate. None of this actually indicates council's final position. What budget directions does is tries to give some general parameters to our staff and our service partners. To tell you the truth, if the public health unit came back with a 1.95% increase in the public health unit's budget for next year, I would be shocked and very pleasantly surprised. I can tell you that the work they've done this year alone and what they will need to do in terms of dealing with whatever's left of the pandemic or another year of it is going to cost a heck of a lot more than 1.95%. So on the basis of that, I think our staff have given us a number. It would end up being a lower starting point than any other budget that I've dealt with in my 10 years if they actually hit the 2.95. And Councillor Harvey, the last thing I'll say is you're quite right. Our property taxpayers don't care for the components of the pieces. They look at the total increase and how much they have to pay out of their household budget, and that number, whether it's 3.1 or 2.9 or 2.4, whatever it is. But the reality, and I think one of the reasons we separate out these two pieces is exactly as Councillor Morales said. For years, we let the infrastructure go in this town. We've had the number one thing that residents have complained about is the condition of roads and the traffic in the south end because our roads were under capacity. You know, now the condition of some of our other infrastructure has become pressing. So all of which to say, members of General Committee, I'm not going to support this amendment, but I do think this as a starting point for next year is going to involve some pain as it is, but I don't think we even know that yet. I honestly think whatever direction we set tonight is not just a starting point, it's probably a pre-starting point, and the true fiscal situation we're going to face, we won't know until the fall. So on the amendment, which is to change 1.95 to 1 in the first paragraph, I will call the question. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. And opposed, please indicate. Okay, I think I just saw the one yes there, but regardless, the amendment fails. On the remaining budget or the motion, Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you very much, Mayor Lehman. I have an amendment as well. So I will read that
Go ahead.
right now. Okay, so my amendment is to delete A from paragraph 3 and add the following as paragraphs 4 and 5, and then to renumber the motion paragraphs accordingly. So paragraph 4, that the Barrie Police Services Board be sent a letter from the Treasurer requesting the provision of a 2021 budget request that is a minimum of 10% lower than the 2020 net municipal tax funding provided to Barrie Police Service in the 2020 approved budget, as well as a line-by-line accounting of the 2021 budget request. And then paragraph 5, that city staff be directed to consult with the Anti-Racism Task Force, the County of Simcoe, and the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee, as well as the broader community, and report back to General Committee as part of the 2021 business plan and budget process regarding expenditures that could enhance resiliency in marginalized communities through the reallocation of the 10% reduction in the Barrie Police Services budget as described in paragraph 4, including but not limited to potential investments in community-led alternatives to policing and the criminal justice system, anti-racism education, affordable housing, social and community services, skills training, and employment counseling, and food security.
Okay, Councillor Owen, I think you've provided the text of that amendment to members of General Committee. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. So we have seen. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Councillor Gary Harvey. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. In order to meet my legislative requirements under Section 17, Sub 3 of the Police Services Act, I will not participate or speak on this matter. And I would also just ask that this motion be separated so that way it doesn't refrain me from voting on the main matter on its entirety.
Okay, understood. Madam Clerk, has Councillor Harvey's conflict been recorded?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Thank you very much, and we will separate those items should the amendment pass. Go ahead, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, and sorry about that, Councillor Harvey. We were just barreling ahead there. So we have seen thousands of people march in the streets in this city. We've seen the largest rally in our modern history, or maybe ever, calling for justice for Black lives and demanding concrete action to tackle systemic racism and to improve our communities. And we've seen just over this past weekend, hundreds of people engage in our online suggestion platform, User Voice, on a call to reduce the police budget by 10% in 2021. And this may be the fastest that a suggestion has reached the required threshold to be considered by council. So there's clearly a desire in the community for action on this front. Now, the reality is that here in Barrie, 9 out of 10 calls to the Barrie Police are non-criminal in nature. And so that means that they're responding to noise complaints, they're responding to traffic violations, and they're also responding to people in mental health crisis. They're doing wellness checks on people in mental health crisis. And we know that some of these calls can end up in tragedy. We've seen that happen across this country and around the world. Chantel Moore was an Indigenous woman who was shot and killed by police in New Brunswick a couple of weeks ago as she was going through a mental health crisis. So this situation that we have where our social services aren't keeping up with the demand and the burden is unfairly falling on the shoulders of police. They are dealing with issues that should be dealt with by other services. So what people are asking is whether we should rethink that, whether we should have an armed officer responding to these calls in the first place. Instead, we could have more robust social services, invest in the root causes of some of these issues that we see in our community. Here in Barrie, we're facing a homelessness and housing affordability crisis. We're facing an opioid overdose crisis, and now we're facing a global pandemic and an economic crisis as a result of that pandemic. And so what I'm proposing here is not a service cut, it's a shift in how we spend our budget to prioritize addressing the root causes, be smarter about how we invest in our communities, get upstream to prevent people from falling through the cracks in the first place, because it's not good for the people in our community who are suffering, and it's not good for the police officers involved either. These issues should be dealt with in a more compassionate and supportive way. And I recognize as well that systemic racism is much bigger than just the issue of policing and our criminal justice system. And that's why I'm thankful that we passed on consent the anti-racism task force. I think that's a fantastic first step to getting racialized people, Black people, and Indigenous people in our community engaged in our municipal government, so that we can start working towards addressing systemic racism in all areas. We know that Black and Indigenous people in this country, they're disproportionately arrested, they're disproportionately surveilled by police, they're facing a disproportionate rate of incarceration, but they also have worse health outcomes and are more likely to face crushing poverty. So it's much bigger than just the issue of the criminal justice system, but this is one area where we can truly make a difference. So my hope tonight is that we have a discussion in good faith about what this means for our city, and that we as a city council ask that the Police Services Board provide us with a scenario that looks at a 10% budget reduction. What does that look like? Because people in our community are asking for this, and as council, we should have as much information as possible to make an informed decision come budget time in the fall. So that's what's before you tonight, and I'm hoping that we can have a good conversation and debate about that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Irwin. Councillor Riepma, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Councillor Irwin, for raising these matters, because I do think they're very important. However, I don't think that the approach that you're suggesting is one that I can support. And I'll talk about that a bit. We just established an anti-racism group task force to deal with a lot of the matters that are part of this amendment that you're proposing. And you know, I think I would prefer to leave it to that group to engage with the police, because that's going to be one of their mandates, to have these various discussions that you're suggesting. I don't think that it's appropriate for council to say, this is what we want you to do, when we've just established them and said, you need to come back and tell us what you're going to do. Because I don't, you know, the suggestion that 10% a change, you know what, maybe it should be 20%, maybe it should be 5%. But I would like to have the new anti-racism task force work with the police in order to get that figured out. I do agree, many of the calls that our police force deal with are not policing questions. They're social service issues. And yes, we've started with the program of having a social worker going with the police, but maybe we need to look at that program, and maybe we need to expand it a great deal. And I think that that is something that our task force and our police service can profitably work together very well and come up with a recommendation for us in due course. But I do not think that it's appropriate for us as council to sort of mandate a percentage at this time. So I'm going to reluctantly vote against this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, I have you next, then Councillor Jim Harris.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to the mover of the motion. Councillor Irwin, are you aware of the percentage of salary and benefits that belong to the police budget?
I am.
So can you tell me what a 10% reduction in their budget would result in cutting to police officers? How many? Are you aware?
Thanks for the question. And then that's exactly the purpose of this motion, is to get that information from the body that governs the Barrie Police Service, which is the Barrie Police Services Board. As you may know, under the Police Services Act, a municipal council is not able to go line by line through the budget and decide where the police services spends their money or not. That is up to the Police Services Board to do so. We can request a line by line accounting, but we cannot make decisions based on that budget line by line. So that's why my motion is worded this way, is to request that the Barrie Police Services Board show us what that scenario looks like. I think we deserve to have that information in front of us so we can make the best decision possible come the fall during budget deliberations.
Thanks for the answer, but what I'm saying is you've moved the motion for a 10% reduction in the budget. So I asked you, do you know the percentage of salaries? And you said yes, but can you tell me what it is?
I believe it's upwards of 80%. It's a huge portion of the budget. So I recognize it will be a challenge, which is why I'm asking the Barrie Police Services Board to dig into it, make a good faith effort to tell us what that scenario could look like and present that to us in the fall.
So it's actually 92%. So a 10% reduction. Do you know how many officers that would mean to remove from the service? So boots on the ground, do you know how many officers we'd lose in our force? Of 241 sworn officers, and we're already low cop to pop ratio. So do you know how many reduced officers we would remove from our force with a 10% reduction?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Thompson. As you know, I'm not on the Barrie Police Services Board. And as I mentioned earlier, City Council does not have the legislative authority to go line by line through the Barrie Police Services budget. However, you do sit on the board. So you tell us, how many officers would a 10% reduction result in losing?
So I actually think it's very reckless that you brought this motion forward without this knowledge. I might sit on the board, but the chief would gladly give you the information if you'd have researched it prior to putting this motion forward. So I find it very reckless. It's actually 35 officers that we would lose. And I don't know about you, but my residents in Ward 5 are asking for more patrol, more officers downtown, not removing 35. And to move a motion like this, it's a great soundbite, but I think it's reckless to, like, safety is the number one thing in anything, workplace, city, in everything. And by removing 35 officers, I think we're endangering the safety. And another question, out of the non-criminal calls, what would you like to see the officers stop attending? Out of the non-emergency, like, so you mentioned that the number. So I would imagine you have that information of what they classify as a non-criminal call. What would you like the officer to stop doing?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Thompson. Well, one suggestion right off the top is attending mental health wellness checks. That eats up a lot of officer time, and often they are there for hours and hours, and it can be multiple cars on those calls. And I think there could be alternatives available, and that's what I'm asking staff to consult with the county, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee, as well as the Anti-Racism Task Force on. What are some of those alternatives that are possible? Because I don't think they should be attending every single one of those calls. And you mentioned safety, and do you know what? I completely agree. Safety is paramount, but what we're hearing from the community is that we really need to rethink what public safety truly means. Is public safety someone having a safe, secure, affordable place to call home so that they're not living out on the street? I would say yes. Is public safety having adequate mental health services that are accessible to everyone when they need them, when they're in crisis? I would say that's public safety, absolutely. So this is really the conversation that's happening locally and around the world, is redefining public safety as a broader, more holistic view of public safety. And I've actually seen some research that shows there isn't a correlation between the number of police officers and the amount of crime in a community. So, you know, police are there to police crime. They're not necessarily there to prevent crime. And that's the conversation here. We need to shift our funding priorities to prevention rather than just to reactive policing. But I appreciate the questions.
Thanks. Through you, Aaron. Another thing, when you said that in the second part of your motion, that staff should work with. So can you ask me where the funding, like we're just talking about, like we don't fund human services. We don't have staff. We have elected officials that sit on the Human Service Committee who should be lobbying the county. This isn't our job as city council, and we don't have the staffing for that at this time. And look, I'm a believer in root causes, which would solve a lot of other problems. But just to tear down something without, like I asked you what non-criminal services you would like, and you meant the mental health, because that's a great cover blanket. We don't have the mental health providers doing the job they're paid to do today. So that's not the police's fault, but right now we don't have a backup plan. You know, you mentioned bylaw. So we need to fund our bylaw officers or rearrange their schedule, because at 12:30, when a gentleman or his wife or somebody wants to sleep and there's a loud party next door, we need to phone the police because bylaw's not on shift. So unless you have an alternative to what you're asking the police to do, but I truly believe, and I know you were part of the police service meeting, I think Chief Greenwood and Mayor Lehman spoke very well to the process of opening it up. And I really do just think that we need the process to go through. I believe that everybody involved is aware of what is going on in the world, but until we have the providers of all the stuff you're concerned about stepping up and doing their job, we can't put this all on the police. This is a community problem. This isn't just a police problem, where we're not talking about other service providers. You know, I didn't see anything asking the library to cut, where they've had an uptake when they closed the bricks and mortar. So maybe the best model of a library is not to have bricks and mortar. Their memberships are through the roof due to COVID. So I really do. I think there's a ton of questions, and I can't support this motion because I really feel that it reduces boots on the ground, and I'm not hearing less boots on the ground. And I know one man feels safe, or the measure of safety is totally by perspective. But I'll tell you right now, if you put 40 officers in bright yellow shirts downtown, the perception of downtown would be a lot safer. Not that it would be, but it would be a lot safer if we had 40 officers downtown at every corner talking with people. So I just cannot look at 35 officers leaving our force. And like I said at the police service board meeting, I welcome the conversation and the budget process, because I believe that is the way we will get to a happy ending with everybody, when it's a full, wholesome conversation and not just a 10% cut flat out. So thank you, but I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Jim Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Question through you to Councillor Irwin. Just curious, with regard to, and it often gets thrown out there, one of the options for utilizing police services differently would be to increase supports to mental health service. I have a fair bit of experience with mental health services. I'm wondering if you've reached out to our local CMHA to ask what they think about police being involved in mental health calls.
Councillor Irwin.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Harris. So the intention with the motion was that if we were successful passing this motion tonight, that we would take a holistic view of how that 10% could be reinvested in all sorts of services. It was my hope that that would be part of the consultation that we would be directing city staff to undertake, that they would look at service partners, community groups, and look at alternatives to policing in certain areas.
Yeah, thank you. And similarly, were you aware that they've had a mobile crisis unit for probably 15 years, and 15 years before they actually advocated for a coast team to respond with the police? Were you aware that existed in Barrie?
Yes, yeah, I was aware of the mobile crisis unit, and I think that's fantastic, and that type of service should be expanded. And realizing that the COAST program is only one officer, and when that officer isn't working, the COAST program isn't available. And so that's wholly inadequate, and that's why we should be looking at a shift in our spending priorities to really beef up those services that are already out there in the community.
Right, so more COAST officers, more officers to respond to mental health calls then?
Well, I think the mobile crisis unit would be a fantastic response because, as I said, when police respond to these mental health calls, sometimes it doesn't end well. And I don't think, I think we should be having people with the most specialized training possible respond to these calls. And unfortunately, right now, that isn't necessarily all police officers.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it would be helpful for you to sit down and speak to the people who've invested in both mobile crisis intervention and mobile crisis intervention with police. And knowing that of the people that call the police to receive support for their loved ones who are dealing with emotional crisis, it's families and it's mental health professionals. And currently the laws that we have that govern mental health apprehension are in place, and police are there to support that. Justice of peace, you can swear an affidavit to get an apprehension order for assessment for the police if your loved one won't go to the hospital by themselves. We have very challenging laws, as they should be, for involuntary admission to hospital. The burden is very high, and the police make multiple attempts. So the families, much of the law related to community orders is about family members being frustrated with not being able to get their loved ones support, follow through with their medications, treatment, doctors, hospitalizations, those kind of things. And I say this in support of the philosophy and theory, but recognizing as mental health professionals, the colleagues that I work with would not want to see less police available to help them help get somebody to the hospital safely when they're in crisis. And they are, unfortunately or not, a key mechanism to do that. And when institutions were reduced in the 70s through the 80s, what happened wasn't that the police were funded too much. Mental health services were funded too little. In 1979, the funding in health per capita for mental health was 11.3% of the healthcare funding. In 2017, it was 6.5%. So the issue isn't police getting too much funding, it's mental health not getting enough funding. So I think, although I appreciate the interest in doing something positive, productive to help our community, I just don't think this particular method, at a minimum of 10% in the policing budget, is the way to do it. Certainly, Ministry of Health is the place where we need to advocate for more mental health funding, absolutely. And I support that every way. Same thing with housing. Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing is the place to ask for more money for housing. I think if we do this, chopped 5.5 million off Barrie Police Service without a real plan, we're actually doing a disservice, and we're actually undermining the efforts where they really need to be, which is at the provincial level, where the big money is, where system change has to happen. And I thank you for also mentioning the task force, which I hope gets ratified at council, going through unanimously, that I don't want a dollar left taken off the table for other things. When that committee gets together and makes their recommendations, I want them to have the full ear of the police. It is a police and city council supported initiative. And I want them to have that full opportunity to make recommendations. The recommendations come from our Black, Indigenous, and persons of color communities to be able to listen, here's where we think we could make the best impact on our community and our policing dollars. So I don't want a dollar off the table to go to other things when safety and the community that we're talking about is really interested in those type of items. So I will say again, I like the philosophy and the thought. And I know we've talked about, the thin blue line, the cost of policing in Canada, how that paper, and we've discussed that, and the cost of policing, how it's gone up exponentially over GDP over the years. But however, we also recognize that our police service has made an effort to civilianize their force, which is important, and that's a way to save funds. We also know that our cop to pop ratio is quite low. So I don't know the impact of a 10 or more % decrease in that budget. And I think right now it's a little short of having this kind of detail. And I'd offer one maybe positive potential option. Last year during our budget, a great initiative from the city, we had a budget engagement process calculator. And it allowed people to have impact on things: roads, parks and forestry, recreation, transit, environmental operations, creative economy, business development, planning services, and fire and emergency services. I would like to see, and I really like the engagement process, and the 1,000+ comments on the online forum was wonderful, but it's not statistically relevant, unfortunately. So it's important. So what I would suggest is that if we would add police services to that budget engagement process, so like we did last year with other things, keep the same level, -5% or +5%. Let's see what our full community says. We've heard from Councillor Thompson, his ward's not asking for less police, they're asking for more police. So that would be my take. Let's take it to the full community. Let's put it in our budget allocation process and see where that lands. And let's leave every dollar on the table for our anti-racism task force to be able to have them give us some real well thought and purposeful actions to take forward as a council. So those are my thoughts, and I thank you for raising it.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Councillor Aylwin, I have some notes here. 1 second. So I'll try not to repeat what Councillor Jim Harris has really eloquently said. So I agree. So basically, I think what we need to really focus on right now at this point in time is that it's more of a question of how are we going to collaborate with the police more instead of removing the police right away and kind of trialing that out. And I understand that there are studies in other cities. So a couple things I wanted to mention was, yes, the Coast team is available and the one officer is out at night, but the Barrie Police Service has been doing critical incident intervention training, or CIT training, for years now. I think at least 5, and their goal is to train every single officer eventually. I've actually participated in that training for 3 years now, and it helps to address the calls that they do, like you said, Councillor Aylwin, on a very frequent basis with patients that are battling with mental health crisis. And I wanted to, for people that are watching and the public, it's really hard to truly grasp what the police and first responders go through unless you've really been in their shoes. So, I mean, there's no way of actually doing that right now. So as my experience as a paramedic for 11 years, I'm just going to kind of give you one scenario. So as you also mentioned, Councillor Aylwin, you're very correct that a lot of calls that the Barrie Police do are mental health related, for sure. And a lot of them are crisis related. So when a patient's in a mental health crisis, a lot of times, so this is a fully tiered call, so all police, fire, and paramedics are called to this originally. And basically, it depends on the situation with the patient, but a lot of times I shouldn't say a lot of times, often though, these patients are experiencing some form of psychosis and something also called excited delirium. And when these situations happen, that patient actually has delusional thinking. So when the paramedic approaches that patient, they are trained to recognize that this might be the situation. And in these cases, this patient is often a potential harm to themselves, a potential harm to people around them, and a potential harm to the first responders as well. So the police are trained in lots of different ways of kind of physically restraining that patient after going through, lots of different motions before getting to that point. But if I'm a paramedic and I've determined that a patient is experiencing excited delirium, a lot of times these patients are high on cocaine and those types of drugs. They are not aware that they're running out into the traffic. They're not aware that they might have a weapon and they are trying to use it on people that they're not aware of what is going on. They need sedation. They need actual sedation. So that sedation is provided by paramedics. So we aren't trained in being able to get that patient and restrain them. We aren't trained in that. So we work together as a team collaboratively and we restrain the patient, we provide the sedation. But if we didn't have the police that were trained to do that, it could escalate really quickly and it really puts a lot of risk on the first responders and the rest of the community. And number one, for the patient as well, it really does. So like Jim Harris also mentioned, so the police are able to what we call form the patient. So paramedics are not allowed to do that. We need the police officers to be there to basically say to this patient, you aren't aware that you are a harm or a threat to yourself and other people. So we are bringing you to the hospital for more assessment, which might be life-saving for you. So that's what happens on, unfortunately, a very regular basis now. So, I think, and talking about mental health wellness checks, I think I agree, social service, absolutely, we need more money, we need more funding. Social service, social workers do such amazing jobs, but the police need to be there originally. So they get called to, we need to we triage the call is basically what we do. So we have to assess the full situation. And if the police aren't required to be there, then the paramedics clear the police and they go on their way. So if we had a situation where we could keep the social worker with us, that would be really great because we are the ones that are usually legally able to transport that patient to the hospital. So there's a lot of legalities and a lot of legislation that kind of has a lot of layers that is a collaboration of all those first responders. And I really, I did look at the online platform results, and they're, of course, they're very important, but it's also really important, I think, for the public to know that the people that are voting on that platform right now, they're not limited to just one vote. So it's not correct data for us to know, for us to kind of use right now. So yes, increasing the work that we do with social services is amazing. That's what we need to do. But if we remove police, and I guess my one question to you would be as well, have you had a chance to speak to paramedics about how they would feel with the reduction of police officers at those calls?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Harris, and thanks for sharing all that insight as well. I really, really appreciate that. You touched on a lot of really important systemic issues in all of the systems that we're talking about today. So I think I haven't had a chance to talk to the paramedics, but I think the intention would be, since the County of Simcoe does deliver that service as part of this consultation that our staff would be undertaking as part of this motion, they could speak to them about the implications of this type of decision, how service areas could be improved, potentially more funding could go to paramedics for more specialized training in these scenarios. I think that would be a fantastic outcome of this process.
Oh, that's great. Through you, Mayor Lehman, thank you. I've spoken to a lot of paramedics about this, and the general consensus is they want the police there because, again, they aren't trained and they didn't sign up to actually do that kind of physical restraint. That's not, they're there for medical provision and for taking care of the patient. So the teamwork that is so important, taking away that many officers will really put those first responders in jeopardy. So sometimes I think that component gets left out of our discussions, even with when we're talking about budgets. Reducing the county paramedic budget doesn't lessen only the care that paramedics provide, it lessens the number of paramedics as well. So, and their livelihood, and how are we going to deal with that? So there's so many layers. I just know that I don't think we're at the level to be talking about reducing it at this time. I really welcome any opportunity to have more discussions with you. I know that you and I have had some conversations about the inside and the behind the scenes work that the police do. And I know that you did some time with the police service. And I think that's really great. I think that's an excellent start. I think that together we can all definitely work on making this service better, but it's just not the right time to be able to put this aggressive motion forward. With that, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Kungle, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Aylwin, and thank you for bringing it forward. I think it also brings good dialogue to the table, and we have been hearing this. I'm hearing this request a lot from residents. And I wanted to make sure I took the opportunity to speak because I will not be supporting the amendment. But again, I think it's not for an interest of seeing good dialogue happen and exploring opportunities. But for me, I think it's looking at a very complex situation, and we're targeting one budget, one service element. And I'd like to shift the conversation even a little bit to say, to service partners, how can we help? Right? So I'd like to open up that dialogue even further. And I think Councillor Harris, I don't want to repeat a lot of that questions, but I've had the extreme privilege of seeing the coast model out of Hamilton replicated and adapted through the Southeast. And it is still tied to police support, but we're seeing great innovative and adaptive models where we have crisis workers embedded in stations, and we've got police officers embedded in mental health and addiction service areas. What I'm seeing though from a health perspective is, what could that phased approach look like? Should there be opportunities? But a change that might instigate a cut without a backup for me is more concerning about how do we make effective referrals? What are the supports that are there for individuals? And how do we make sure that there's a building up of those social supports? So working in the health system across North Simcoe, Muskoka for quite some time, as Jim was saying, for addictions and mental health, but across CSS or community support services. We are catching up. So I think there's a lot of brilliant dialogue. I'd love to hear more about what's happening even with the Collaborate Barrie Partners table. I believe I'm looking online at that. I didn't realize it was up to 21, but 21 partners meeting weekly around helping to resolve and having situational tables. And so I think there's rich information there. And as a member of the public, last time I heard Chief Greenwood speak, I mean, that was coming at a point where there's provincial cuts to budget. There was an awareness of also the cost of supporting our officers and members of the police force that were on leave, and how do we care for our own police workforce in that. And I've had the good fortune of also having conversations about what are some things we could be doing that don't even necessarily take a large budget shift, but are a bit more comprehensive in approaches. So, is mental health training still an option or a choice versus mandatory training coming out of police college? What does that look like? There are things there that I'm looking forward to learning and getting caught up on. But I believe for me, it's also looking at, we've seen a lot of things pause too at this time. Our Barrie Ontario Health Team Planning tables. The conversation is much broader, I think, than just asking for a change to hit one particular budget item. So I'd love to see the conversation continue and be targeted around, what are we seeing are the needs? What's the intelligence they've been collecting, and is their lived experience every day? But maybe even there's an ask for us. Like, what is the ask that we might even need to be prepared to manage from police to say, right, it's an add-on that we need because we're dealing with service cuts. And if we're not seeing that reconciliation from historical provincial cuts, you know, what are we really talking about after cuts have happened within the last 1 to 2 years as a compound effect, even for our own police force? So I don't know if we've seen that yet around how they've been, you know, coming forward with a budget within more limited resources and changing the scope of that practice. So I do want to see the conversation continue. I do want to see where we can find efficiencies. I want to encourage that we look broader than just the police budget.
Thanks, Councillor Kungle. Others who wish to speak to the amendment on the floor? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Irwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I appreciate all the dialogue that's been happening around the table. I think it's been really constructive and valuable for this issue. And I would like to address a few of the points that were raised. The intention with this motion is to take that holistic view of all of the services involved. And that's why we have the second paragraph, that this isn't just a cut to the police budget. This is a reallocation of dollars to other community resources. And I would hope that our staff would have a fulsome review of what that could look like, what those additional investments in the community could look like. So it's not just a cut and we're done, that's it. There's an investment as a second piece of this. So it is taking that holistic view. I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that, well, in many cases, the police showing up to someone's house if they're in crisis or otherwise, whether it's with a paramedic, whether it's with a social worker, whether it's with a mental health crisis worker, that some people will not feel safe with that. And I think we need to be real about the lived experience and the lived reality of people in our community. At those rallies that we had in downtown Barrie just a few weeks ago, we heard stories from people in their lived experience dealing with police, not just in Barrie, but in other places as well. And I don't think that's something that can be ignored. And that's part of this conversation as well. And that's why the look to community-led alternatives to policing in the criminal justice system as a possibility. We know that the services that exist out there are not adequate right now, the community and social services. It sounds like from everyone who's spoken this evening that we all agree on that social and community services are not funded at a high enough rate to support the people in our community. And I think that's an important piece for us to take away from this conversation tonight, is that as a council, it appears we agree on that fact. And where we may disagree is that I think we as a council should take a leadership role on this issue and put our money where our mouth is, and reverse the trend of the underfunding of social services with all of the issues in our community falling on the backs of police. We can reverse that trend. We can make a statement here. We can actually start a shift of priorities in terms of our spending with this move tonight. It's a powerful shift in priorities and a shift in the way that we look at public safety. So that's why I've moved this motion here this evening. We know that in Malton, just recently, a man in his 60s, Ijaz Chowdhury, was in mental health distress, and his family called a non-emergency line to get help for this gentleman.
Point of order, Mayor Lehman. Is this under investigation still?
I'm not familiar with the status of that investigation. I'm sorry, we're talking about the Toronto case, the Toronto police case of Mr. Chowdhury?
In Malton.
Yes.
I just, we don't know the outcome. I just don't think we should be commenting online about it.
Well, I understand the concern, Councillor Thompson. Perhaps Councillor Irwin, you can come to your point.
Absolutely. Yeah, so it's been widely reported in the media what happened with Mr. Chowdhury in Malton. His family called a non-emergency line, and they explicitly said they didn't want the police to show up because it could escalate the situation. They asked that they would be allowed to go to the man's apartment, and the police went in, and unfortunately, it appears, it's alleged that Mr. Chowdhury was shot and killed. So these are the tragic circumstances that exist in our communities, and it points to a lack of those services that are available. And we can keep saying all we want to, we're blue in the face, that we need to invest more in prevention. We need to invest more in community services. And that these issues shouldn't be falling on the backs of the police. But if we don't do something concrete about that, then I'm not convinced that it's going to happen. So I hope that council will take a good hard look at this and support this important shift in priorities.
Councillor Natalie Harris, and then Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Again, Councillor Irwin, I just want to add a little bit more perspective to the alleged call that you were speaking to. Even if the family requested the police to not attend, we don't have information of what kind of calls occurred prior to that call. So if that residence is flagged for some reason, for violence, for potential weapons, for anything that would be a threat or a harm, again, to the first responders, to the patient, or to the community at large, the police are triaged and called to that scene. So it's we have no idea what the whole surrounding picture is on that tragedy. Absolutely a tragedy, but I really don't think it's fair that we allude to anything right now with that. I think that was all I was going to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Just briefly, because I know which way this vote is going to go. I will support it because I think it's simply asking for information. That's all this motion does, is asking for more information from the police as to what a 10% cut in their budget would mean. I think it's valuable information. We've been asked from the public from it. More than 1,000 people have asked for it. I mean, we had 500 people ask for backyard hens, and we had a staff report on it. You can certainly have a staff report for people asking for what a 10% cut in the budget. Doesn't mean I'm going to support it. I didn't support backyard hens either. And it doesn't mean we're going to support a 10% cut. It's just getting the information to see what it means. And in general, I'm always in favor of looking for addressing the upstream causes. I mean, I think public health is better than acute care. Not more important, but it's better than acute care. Fire prevention is more important than putting out fires, and preventing crime is more important than addressing crime, or at least fighting crime. And it doesn't mean the police may not be part of the solution. Firefighters are part of the fire prevention solution. I think there's a chance there, but I can't see a harm of having a report to show us what would happen. I think it's, first of all, I think it's a very good discussion we've had tonight. I think it's a very valuable discussion. And I think there's definitely a recognition in society, which everybody has spoken, recognizes that addressing some of the root causes is something we should be paying more attention to in the future.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Others who wish to comment? Okay, I'm going to do something I don't normally do. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Congle. Go ahead.
Sorry, forgive me. Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for those comments, Deputy Mayor Ward. I'm just going back to the email with the amended motion. And so I caught it more as a definitive request that I was reading under 4. Could you help me, Councillor Aylwin, just point out again what the ask is? Maybe I'm misinterpreting the amended motion, but I read it as requesting that a minimum 10% lower budget be sent through to the treasurer, requesting that, sorry, I'm kind of going through a highlighted area here, that the Barrie Police Service Board be sent a letter from the treasurer requesting the provision of a 2021 budget request that's a minimum of 10% lower. I was reading that as prescriptive, not for information. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Thank you, Councillor Kungle. It's a request.
Okay.
We can send a letter to the Barrie Police Services Board, but they are the body that provides the budget estimates to council. And we make a determination on the estimates that they provide. So we're through this motion, it's a request for a scenario that's at 10%. That's 10% lower than their 2020 approved budget.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, just a few things I wanted to mention then. I'd actually prepared something written, which I never do, but there's been so much interest in this subject. I do intend to post something, and I wanted to refer to some of it, so it'll probably sound like something I wrote. But before I get to that, just on process, a couple of things. It should be clear, the Police Services Board meeting, the portion that Councillor Owen and a number of others attended, we did discuss the request, this similar request. The police board budget process has not over the years received a lot of public consultation, but nor has there been a lot of effort to get that input. I think one of the things that I can confidently say right now is that's certainly going to be a lot different, and the Police Services Board has heard all the calls in the community to participate in that process and the interest in this. So, you know, regardless of whether we're talking about, you know, a user voice suggestion that got a lot of votes in a very short period of time, or the emails that I've received in my office, or Facebook requests or otherwise, we do need to listen to that, and we need, as the Police Services Board, to create the opportunity for people to provide that input. Councillor Kungle just asked about how does that work, and she's absolutely right. I mean, the board will put the budget together, and that's one of the reasons I'm not going to support this amendment. It's not for council. You know, I think council can attempt to provide high-level direction, and probably the first part of this amendment is quite in order, but the second part, which directs city staff to build all the alternatives, that's really not how I believe we should be going forward as a community to address this. And I believe the concerns and the opportunity for the public to be directly part of the budget process is not around this motion tonight. It's around what the Police Services Board will do over the next 2 to 3 months to build a budget request publicly. So here's what I wanted to say tonight. I think all of you know, I mean, I have the Shift Government project, which is exactly what Barry was just talking about. The whole point is to address root causes. And the defund the police movement has at its core exactly the right idea, which is the investing in prevention in the root causes of crime, which can help reduce the calls for service to police and allow them to focus on fighting crime and on emergency response, and hopefully reducing the costs of doing so. But I guess where I differ from others in the, on this issue is I see police as a partner at the table in the work that we need to do collaboratively as a community to address this. And I think many members of General Committee have spoken to this tonight. Solving this problem is going to take a far more strategic and long-term approach than passing a motion to arbitrarily cut 10% of the budget tonight, which I do think could have very troubling consequences if it's not carefully planned. And I got to tell you, we have got to walk away from the sort of Facebook rhetoric on this stuff. We need to engage in real work that repairs the fabric of our community and not further polarize it. This should be about a community project to address the root causes of crime, just as we should make a community effort to address the root causes of homelessness and other social issues in our community.
Hear, hear.
So just to give you a sense of what we need to be doing, I think we've got a ton of great work that we can build on. And some folks criticized me when I made the comment at the Police Services Board meeting that there's a lot good going on and we need to do a better job of communicating it. That was in no way to say, oh, we're doing enough. Let's just tell people what we're doing and then walk away and not listen to people. Far from it. But you know, if you go out and read the profiles of the Barrie Police and so forth, you will never hear about the kind of work that has been going on, a community safety and well-being plan, Collaborate Barrie, which was set up by the Barrie Police, community deployment model, and evidence-based policing, all of which have been brought about in the last few years. And my core point on this is this: it's not just enough to pass motions. We're not going to solve this on Facebook. You got to do the work. So here's what the work looks like. Lucy's Place. We got 4 levels of government together with funding partners and charities and service bodies to create supportive housing that took 22 people who were chronically homeless, got them off the street, and by the way, dramatically reduced the number of interactions they had with the Barrie Police. Getting a residential addictions treatment facility in Barrie. This is something that Councillor Natalie Harris has been championing since she got onto council. That is part of the work that will help reduce calls to police. Work like getting programs for youth at risk, like Shaq's World, who we have invited to come make a presentation, like our inclusion programs in Barrie. Work like Connected Core, which included that de-escalation training for downtown businesses, so there wouldn't need to be as many calls to police, and which had a chatbot to help get people to the services they need. Work like Collaborate Barrie itself. And Collaborate Barrie, if you're not familiar with it, 23 agencies who bring concerns with people who are at high risk to the table to refer them to the services they need before they're in crisis, before they're calling police, before they're ending up at RVH. You know who set that up? Barrie Police, Sergeant Val Gates and her partners there. And the reason I mention this is that I do believe Barrie Police believe in the root cause initiative. And right from the rank and file to the leadership, if you talk to a cop, they will say, we are a really expensive way of delivering social services. And frankly, many of them went into policing. They all went into policing, I think, to help people, but they did not probably expect to be the frontline mental health caseworkers and homelessness caseworkers and so on that they have had to become. So, you know, I believe very, very deeply, and we have been doing so much work as a community already to try and go upstream, to try and address root causes. But here's why I'm not going to support the amendment. If you cut the funding to police before you put those supports in place, before you do the work, then which calls are you not going to respond to? Who's going to be there? We don't have the 24/7 supports. Those calls do need to be responded to. And if we do the work, we can maybe get to the place where we can confidently reduce police funding because we're shifting that to be more of a crime focus and some of the non-criminal work is being done somewhere else. But you can't just cut a budget at this point and hope that either those calls will be responded to by somebody else or that there will be a reduction in calls for service. So, you know, my response to the people who are calling for this is that I believe wholeheartedly in the idea of moving upstream. And I think there's a major community effort that now needs to happen. And by raising your voices, you've reminded me that we have to go further and faster. We need supportive housing per council's motion last week. We need residential treatment per our discussions around this table over the last 6 months. We need mental health inpatient and crisis support. We need programs for at-risk youth. We need employment programs. But if we do the work, and only if we do the work right, then we will see a reduction in calls to the Barrie Police Service. And in the meantime, we need our men and women of the Barrie Police Service to be on the other end of the phone 24/7. And in a growing community, I do not believe it would be responsible without those supports in place to just cut 10% under the police budget. So I did want to finish my remarks by making a bit of a commitment on this because I do believe there's a very, very important message that's been sent to us, not just as council, but as the Barrie Police Services Board. And I'm not sure if you even go through the members of the Barrie Police Service, that there are many who are going to disagree with you, that policing is an expensive answer to social problems. And the real answer is to go upstream. So I'll tell you that I'll commit tonight to working harder and faster on these kinds of solutions. And I need the community and I need our other levels of government. I need help with this. I need help from the 10 of you. But I do believe that work has to happen first. You can't just call for this and not do the work. We have to do the work first. And what that looks like for me and my commitment, I guess, tonight would be that I'm going to try and seek some consensus among the leadership in this community, both in terms of healthcare and policing, on moving upstream with our investment, on going further and faster to addressing the root causes, because I don't think anybody disagrees with that. And if we can do that, and we can do that successfully, we can bring down the cost of policing. So I'm not going to support the amendment tonight, Councillor Aylwin. I have heard the voices in the community, and I think at the core of them is the right idea, but we've got to do the work first. So I want to engage in that work, and I hope we will do that even if the amendment fails. Others who wish to comment on this tonight? Okay, I will call the question on the amendment at this point that's on the floor. Those in favor of the amendment that's on the floor? 2. Those opposed? Okay, the amendment fails. On the business plan and budget directions that are on the floor then, the original motion is on the floor. Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And thank you for those comments too on the amendment. I just want to take the opportunity then to put a challenge out there to all of council. This request for a 10% reduction in the Barrie Police Services budget would amount to $5.6 million. Now, if we're serious about improving the community and social services here in Barrie, I hope we can look at a substantial investment in those services come budget time in the fall. And as a result of the amendment failing this evening, that funding would have to come from the tax base or from other services. So I hope we will put our money where our mouth is and make those investments because I'm hearing tonight that we all agree that those investments are necessary. So thanks, council, and looking forward to that conversation in the fall.
Okay, others who wish to comment on the budget and business direction or business plan budget directions? Go ahead, Councillor Jim Harris.
Sorry, I really supported what you said, Mayor Lehman. I think you said that really, really well. Am I allowed to ask a question based on Councillor Aylwin's final comment? Is that fair, or is that?
You're always able to ask a question.
Okay, I just wasn't sure because we kind of voted and now we're talking about it. I'm fully excited about the commitment. What I do understand is in some of the conversation, there's levels of government. I think I made it very clear that what I believe as it relates to mental health is the Ministry of Health has grossly underfunded that. So I'm not saying we got to come up with the money here, City of Barrie. I'm saying let's get after the Ministry of Health. So I just wanted to make that clear, Councillor Aylwin, that I wasn't expecting the city to pay for that, but that we need to talk to levels of government, whether it be housing and health, to start to get those dollars flowing effectively for these services that have been underfunded for decades. So I just wanted to pin it all on our taxpayers. There's only one taxpayer, I get it, but all municipalities. That's kind of wanted to just clarify. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. I think that was more of a comment. Any others who have comments or questions? Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I said at the beginning I would try to say less words this year. I'm glad I picked this meeting to say them. All of you fellow colleagues, I learned a lot. Councillor Natalie Harris, your perspective from the front lines, absolutely incredible. Councillor Jim Harris, your perspective from the operational side, very insightful as well. And Councillor Thompson, you should have been a lawyer. That was a Senate hearing. But most importantly, Mayor Lehman, feel free to rule me out of order. But that closing remarks was inspiring, and I'm glad to see our mayor with his mojo on this, especially on such an important issue. So thank you. And there's nothing more that I could have said that wasn't already said. But I wanted to understate that this was a very important issue, and I'm glad to have seen the perspectives.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Others who wish to comment on the motion that's on the floor, which after all that great discussion remains as staff have proposed it for the moment. And a reminder to those watching, this is of course merely the starting point of the budget process. I say that every year. I'm not sure people take it that way, but a reminder that we are starting a process with this motion, and that it is direction that our staff are seeking, but it is just the beginning. Any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. The motion on the floor. Those in favor, please indicate. Any opposed? None? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And that was less the section that had, sorry, no, that was the full motion because there was no amendment to address the police budget piece separately. So that was the entire motion. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, members of General Committee, for a very interesting discussion. We have one more item that was held on General Committee's agenda tonight. That was speed cushions on Dock Road. Deputy Mayor Ward, you held this item, which was put on by Councillors Jim Harris and Mike McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and I will put it on the floor. I guess my problem with this proposal is that we've had a decade-long tradition in Barrie that speed cushions are added by, everybody gets them equally. There's 80 speed cushions divided over 10 wards. Each ward has 8 cents of speed cushions. This is going to throw it out. Somebody, I'm sure we've all had requests for speed cushions and we've had to tell the people there are no extra ones. This is an extra. So I can see 2 possible solutions to this. One is to find the money from somewhere else. And this, maybe staff or Mayor Lehman, brings me back to, during the budget, we had the community improvement budget. Everybody was given $7,500 from the community benefit reserve to spend on community projects. This would seem a perfect project for this. They could split it between them, $2,500 each, and get their speed cushions. It wouldn't come out of the overall budget. It would be for their wards. So what has happened to that community improvement project that were approved in the budget?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It has proceeded, Deputy Mayor Ward. I will ask that question to CAO Prowse. That was originally, I think, the $75,000 you were referring to, Deputy Mayor Ward, across all 10 wards. So it was $7,500 each. Yeah. CAO Prowse, what ended up being the status of that initiative?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. To be candid, I'm not entirely sure. I wonder if Ms. Miller's on the line. She may have visibility to it.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to the councillor, I apologize. I am also not sure what the details of that would be. I do know that in a number of the pieces of correspondence that were circulating on that topic this week, that question was asked earlier today, and I have not received a full answer on that. So I'm sorry, I'm not able to comment.
Thank you. We did approve it. So it's there. I'm wondering whether the 2 ward councillors were interested in taking the money for this from that fund. We've already told from a memo from Mr. Friery tonight that it's going to be August before they can get them at the earliest, so it's not an immediate thing. Hopefully by August they can figure out how to get the money out of those accounts. So I guess the 2 people who put it on, are they willing to take the money from that account rather than take it from the Council Strategic Priorities?
Councillors Harris or McCann? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Harris, and then Councillor McCann.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Lehman, through to Deputy Mayor Ward. Thanks for the question. And Councillor McCann and I definitely recognize that this motion would bring some conversation, as you know it has. And I thank you for your interest. And I know Councillor Harvey has jumped in. And I think everybody else who's commented to us has said, wow, this is a year where the number of traffic-related concerns is greater than ever. And obviously, you've been around this table a lot longer than I, and so has Councillor McCann, and so respect that your history is longer than mine. But so I thank you, first of all, for your response saying, listen, maybe every ward might need something to add this year. And again, that won't be enough. One of the councillors I'll say said, 60 would probably be the number he would need so to satisfy the request from his constituents. So certainly we would be happy, I would be happy with whatever avenue there was to do this. The reason we chose this ward, this road, it's a shared border road between Ward 8 and 10. And as people recognize, the concerns related to our parks and roads going to our parks is at an all-time high. Heading down to Manette's Park, Tyndale, it's incredible the amount of stress and strain on those roads, and those roads don't have sidewalks. These are areas of Barrie where they're not urbanized. So adds a level of concern, and also with the number of cars traveling this year and parking on the roads, it's getting really, really challenging. So we're just desperate to find a way to slow things down as people approach Tyndale Park, which is getting to be very challenging, as we know, with the parking access and So that's really where it was born from. So certainly if there's a way to support us having that, we're all ears, and I'll let Councillor McCann jump in, and hopefully, but that's our thought. So thank you very much for raising the question.
Thanks, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And to address Deputy Mayor Ward's question about where the funding comes from, well, I'd like to see if my council members would go with the amendment as printed first. Would be my preference. And maybe I'll just add some color onto what Councillor Harris has talked about. This is a unique situation because it's a road that's shared by Ward 10, which is myself, and shared by Ward 8, which is Councillor Jim Harris. And we made some promises to some residents last year that we would put some speed management along that road. And out of, just pure, I guess, administration, that road kind of got lost in the way because it is shared. And let me maybe tell you why it's so important that we put a speed cushion or a speed bump, a permanent speed bump there, is because of three things. One, no sidewalk, as Councillor Harris said. So people are walking up and down the road with no sidewalk. Number two, there's a new park that has been built there. So there's actually more traffic, more people going down to that park, more people walking towards that park. And the third one is that there's actually a parking lot now that's on Plunkett. So with the parking lot, with the park, with the no sidewalk, and with Councillor Harris and I making some promises last year that slipped through our fingers, is why we're here tonight. I actually walked down to Dock Road to the dock. I think it was 3 weeks ago tonight, and I was blown away at how unsafe it is. 3 times my friend and I had to walk into the forest to get ourselves away from the cars that were going about 100 kilometers. So since that, I've requested that police presence be there. I believe that a speed cushion is the answer. And I guess I have to apologize. I didn't bring this into my original 6 that we had. So first of all, Deputy Mayor Ward, I would like to keep the item as printed and vote on that, and leave it at that.
Deputy Mayor Ward.
Well, seeing that's the case, then I will put a motion on the floor that we put $50,000 in the from the Council Strategic Priorities Reserve for 10 sets of speed cushions throughout the city of Barrie, because I think that's the fair way to do it. I mean, everything that he said, I've heard from many of my residents with the very same things. In fact, a lot of them are from areas with schools, and I'm saying, how can we get traffic to slow down in front of schools? And I can't say, well, we put it on a road without a school on it, but you can't get one. I mean, we just have to be able to be fair to all the residents. So my amendment is to put $50,000 from the Council Strategic Priorities Reserve for an extra set of speed cushions for every ward in the city. And the wards 8 and 10 councillors can determine among themselves how that dock road is done. Thank you.
Sorry, one more time. Repeat that last part.
Oh, I'm just saying, you and Councillor Harris can determine from yourselves as to how that's handled. You can each take half of one of your sets and put them on Dock Road and use the other one somewhere else. I don't know how you can work it out among yourselves. We all have wards that have roads that are shared between adjoining wards.
Deputy Mayor Ward, you need a funding source for that. May I propose the Community Benefits Reserve?
I did say Council Strategic Priorities because that's where it was originally from.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were...
it might actually be better from that, because we probably have, which one is in better shape, I guess is the question.
Oh, no question, community benefits. Okay. But yeah, my suggestion would be to do that. So your amendment is to go to up from 5,000 to 50,000 and to switch the funding source to Community Benefit Reserve.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, that's what's on the floor. Members of General Committee, discussion on the amendment. Councillor Thompson.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. If maybe Ms. Miller can answer this, what is the annual budget for install and removal every year for these cushions?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson, there would be an operational cost of $2,000 per set per year. So in addition to the capital cost that has been identified, there would be an ongoing operational cost of $2,000 per set. That's for the moving of the cushions and reinstalling them.
I would like to move a friendly to Councillor Ward. That's 160,000 plus this. We put out a RFQ for permanent speed humps, or an RFP, I guess, or even a tender. But we constantly, like, a permanent speed hump is half the price, and it's engineered that plows, buses, everybody can go over them. They're not removed and replaced and moved all over the city. And within a couple of years, we could surpass what we have in temporary speed cushions. And I think we need to start looking at permanent calming measures on all new roads, because that's ridiculous amount of money every year.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson, I don't have a problem with that. That's the kind of thing I wouldn't want to do tonight, though. I'd want a staff report on the feasibility of permanent speed bumps on the roads. I mean, there might be operational reasons why staff is opposed to them. I'd like to know that before we actually approve. So I'm not sure what maybe the idea is to postpone this until we get that information back. I understand we wouldn't get them this year until August, even if we ordered them tonight, according to Mr. Friary's amendment or a memo. So I don't think the dock road ones were going to happen this year anyways. Well, not until the end of the summer. I'm not sure. Do you want to act? What are you proposing as a motion tonight, Councillor Thompson?
Councillor Thompson?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, I totally agree. I would rather a staff report, and like, I wouldn't want to pass it and just thinking that we have council right after this and moving something without a staff report or public engagement. So forget I said anything. I just would like to maybe visit it in the future. I think we've got to look at a permanent. That's
Deputy Mayor Ward, your amendment is on the floor. Those who wish to speak to the amendment, Councillor Gary Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't be supporting this mainly because at budget time we did set the priorities. At that point in time, each of us were allocated an additional $7,500, which was a new budget line for this fiscal year. And personally, I think each ward has its own dynamic issues, especially when it comes to traffic, because it is one of the #1 concerns that we always hear concerns in regards to. But when we've each got the allocated $7,500 sitting there for us to be using, I think that's the more fiscally responsible way to be going with this. If in fact more bumps are required in one ward or another. But Councillor Thompson makes a terrific remark that we should be looking at permanent calming measures instead of these ridiculously expensive temporary calming measures. Because to think that we're going to be encroaching on $200,000 a year to install and uninstall another by adding another 10, I'm not so sure that that's necessarily the most prudent direction to go. And also too, it's only affording the calming measure for a 6-month period, whereas at least something permanent is there forever. And obviously you got to make sure that it doesn't affect a snowplow, but it's cheaper and it's there for 12 months instead of just 6 months. So I think that's definitely the route to go. And obviously down the road, I think we should be putting a motion forward to get a staff report in regards to that direction.
Okay, so just in the interest of time, we do have a full agenda for City Council. The amendment that is on the floor is to go from 5 to 50,000 to buy one more set of bumps for every ward. If that fails, I think Deputy Mayor Ward has indicated he would move an amendment to fund them from the existing project that we approved back at budget time for community benefits. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Ward, have I got that right or not?
That's actually my first choice, is to have them funded, but I understood they weren't interested in following that route. That's why this is here. So
okay, fair enough.
Much prefer they take it from the starting. I don't even think they need a council motion to take the money from that. They can just request it. I understand the money's already been approved. They could just approach staff and ask them that funding be used for it. So if the ward councillors are willing to do that, that is my first choice.
Right, and I heard Councillor McCann say no, he would prefer to proceed. with the motion that was printed. So I'm following that request, which is fair. So you had then moved the amendment to do the 10 bumps, and that's what's on the floor at the moment. So members of the General Committee, the amendment that's in front of you is to increase the 5,000 amount to 50, and just to change the funding source for that. On that amendment, Councillor Natalie Harris, I saw you indicate.
Sorry that I vanished. I hope that I'm not saying something or asking a question that was already asked. I asked a couple of weeks ago, and Ms. Miller spoke to, I really wanted some more information as well. I guess Councillor Thompson also mentioned this about the permanent speed bumps that we have been researching, I guess, from Mr. Ferrari. And so did we get an answer that there is a staff report coming for that? I know I've been asking for a long time.
I believe there is, but I will go to CAO Prowse on this, and I believe you had something to add on the previous issue too. CAO Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you two members of General Committee, I just wanted to advise that the timeline laid out for the traffic calming, which I think it suggested August, would change if the scope of the purchase was larger. If the purchase is $50,000, we'll have to go, I believe, through a full procurement. And that will take longer than a few weeks to fulfill. So I just wanted to provide that context for members of council.
Okay, fair point. On the amendment, members of the General Committee, others who wish to speak to it. Deputy Mayor Ward, and then Councillor Riepma.
Hearing some of the comments, I'm willing to withdraw the amendment and put on the motion that the ward councillors take it from the Community Improvement Project Fund. And let's go with it. I mean, I know Mr. McCann is quite interested in that, but I think that is the best solution. It keeps it clean. If other ward councillors want to use that money for speed cushions or speed boards or permanent traffic calming, then they can use it for that. But I think it makes it much easier. After, I agree that spending all that money is probably not a good idea. The 50,000 plus the 2,000 each. So I'd actually withdraw it and put on the motion that we take it. The ward councillors take it from the community benefit reserve.
A point of clarification, Mayor Lehman.
Yeah, Councillor Morales.
On this one, Deputy Mayor Ward, is this opt-in? Like, can each councillor choose to use this for radar, speed bump, or permanent?
Yeah, I understand. When rereading the staff report on the weekend.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Ward, Sergio glitched out there, but I don't think he'd finished talking, so he still has the floor. Oh. Councillor Morales, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just clarifying, your new proposed amendment, is it voluntary? So either one of those three you describe, permanent, temporary, or a radar, or nothing at all? Is nothing still an option? Like, is it opt-in? Is it at the discretion of staff or exclusively the council? Just want to get clarity on that before we have the whole discussion.
I've understood. Thank you. If I answered the question right, the ward councillors can use it on whatever they want. That was Mayor Lehman's intention, whether they can use it for any community, anything that would benefit their ward. It could be a park. It could be a new slide in the park. It could be traffic calming measures. It could be anything they wanted. The whole idea was to let them decide what they thought was best for that ward. So if the ward councillors think this is the project that they would help, it's certainly not going to even take up all their funding. It's going to take up a third of it in each ward. Then they can do other things with their funding as well. But it's up to every councillor to determine what they want to use it for. If you don't want to use it for traffic calming, you don't have to.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor Ward has withdrawn his previous amendment. He's put a new one on the floor that would say that these cushions be paid for out of the funding allocated to the ward councillors by the Community Improvements Project. I will remind you that was a $75,000 project intended for that small amount of money for each ward for an improvement to a park, as Deputy Mayor Ward said, improvement to a park, public space, or in this case, traffic calming. So the amendment is to change the funding source to that approved project. That's what's on the floor at the moment. Debate on that. Does anyone wish to comment? Okay, I'm going to call the question on that amendment then. Those in favor of the amendment, the funding coming from the Community Improvement Project, please indicate. Those opposed? 3, the amendment carries. On the motion as amended, any further comment? Okay, then I'll call the question on the motion as amended. Those in favor of the motion as amended, please indicate. Anybody opposed? None. That carries. Thank you very much, members of the General Committee. Okay. We do not have any information items. It brings us to inquiries and announcements. I'm going to save some of the announcements for City Council, but I will ask if there are any inquiries of staff or announcements that anyone wishes to make relevant to the General Committee agenda at this point. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Actually, I just wanted to talk about the task force a little bit. We didn't have any debate. It passed on consent. I think the work that the 4 strong leaders of our community, Councillor Harris, yourself, and Chief Greenwood, I just think it's great that we're starting something. You know, the old saying, the best time to plant an oak tree is 20 years ago. Second best time is right now. So I just think it's great, and I think you both all should be commended, everybody involved. So I look forward to it, and good work.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. And I certainly want to thank the members of the community who gave us absolutely invaluable advice on how to do this right, not politically. And we tried to follow their advice. And I think Jim would agree, Councillor Harris would agree that they deserve the credit for this. We just brought forward what are good ideas, very good ideas, and long overdue. Any other inquiries or announcements, members of the General Committee? Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you, Councillor Thompson, for bringing that up. Are we allowed to mention the fabulous 4 people that helped us with this? I know
Well,
okay?
You know what? I actually, when I posted
later?
about this on the weekend, I didn't on purpose because I wanted to respect their privacy. I didn't know whether they really wanted to be receive the shout out. At some point, I think I need to go back to them and say, can we say public thanks, because it is more than greatly deserved. But I don't know whether or not to do that at this point or not.
Okay, we should get permission. Yeah. Anyway, it's incredible to be a part of it, and very grateful that to be part of this work, and happy to see how it's concluded. So yeah, and hopefully we'll be able to recognize those people in due course. But thank you.
All right. Any other inquiries or announcements, members of General Committee, relative to the GC agenda? Okay, we will do that again at City Council. Okay, comments on the circulation lists. So the circulation list for tonight, any items from the circ list? Okay, seeing none. The most important thing to announce, I think, at this point, because this is a double meeting, if there's anyone listening who is in support or opposition to any of the recommendations from today's General Committee meeting and who would like to make a deputation at City Council tonight, please email cityclerks@barrie.ca. We're going to take a very brief recess. That is cityclerks@barrie.ca. We do have a number of deputations related to the McLean matter and a planning matter, which we will be hearing at City Council starting very shortly. But if there is anyone listening who's on tonight or was watching through the live streams and would like to make a deputation on these matters tonight at City Council, please email cityclerks, all one word, @barrie.ca. Okay, that completes the General Committee meeting agenda. It is 9:12. We need to give the clerk a little time to prepare the motions for City Council. So City Council, I will call to order, or the clerk will call to order at 9:25. 9:25. Okay, 9:25 in 12 minutes. Thank you all. That completes General Committee. General Committee is adjourned.
I see a caller in here from a 416 area code. Would you mind giving me your name so we can have it on the agenda and call you by name instead of the 416 person?
Okay, Mr. Nolan, how are we doing on tech? Are we just about ready to go?
Yep, we are ready.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I believe we have quorum. Are we short anyone? We're short one member of council. Okay, given the hour though, I think we will get started. So go ahead, Madam Clerk. There's Councilor Morales.
Please rise as you are able. I now call this meeting of City Council to order.
We acknowledge tonight this meeting is taking place on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. We're dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Please be seated. Hey folks, welcome to Barrie City Council. Of course, we are meeting virtually tonight. Can everyone give me a wave if you can hear me? We're all good. Okay, my apologies. As always, members of EMT, our executive management team, and the city clerk are on the call but not visible, and our senior leadership team are available to answer questions if need be related to tonight's agenda. The first item on the agenda is confirmation of the minutes. The minutes of the City Council meeting held June 15th, 2020 have been circulated. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, minutes are adopted as printed and circulated. Okay, we do have a number of deputations on the committee reports tonight. Two on a planning matter, and that's 481 Yonge, and then a number on the McLean Farm matter. So the two deputation requests are related to motion 20P30. This is concerning an application for zoning bylaw amendment by 481 Yonge Developments, Inc. As I mentioned, the 6 other deputation requests, which I think has actually reduced, but that's to come related to the McLean's Minister zoning order. Okay, I will call on Greg Stevenson first of all. Mr. Stevenson, please note, in accordance with our procedural bylaw, you have up to 5 minutes for your deputation. Welcome to Barrie City Council, and the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you fine.
Perfect. So I thought I had 10, so I'll move it to 5, so that's great. I'll speak twice as fast. But thank you very much for the opportunity. Good evening, Mayor Lehman, city councilors, city planners, and fellow residents. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this proposal for 481 Yonge Street. And as Mayor Lehman said, my name is Greg Stevenson. I'm sorry, there's a echo that I can't quite fix here. Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fix the echo. Anyway, so I'll work with it. So yeah, my name is Greg Stevenson. I live at 5 Tomlin Court, a few hundred meters away from the property, 481 Yonge Street. And I've enjoyed over 20 years living in this wonderful community with my wife and boys. And although my career has been in Toronto, I've chosen Barrie to raise my family with its affordability, spatial neighborhoods, safe streets for my kids, proximity to awesome waterfront for swimming and boating, and close to skiing and hiking. And I'm sure you all appreciate that. So although I'm speaking, I guess, against this proposal in its current form, to be clear, like most of us, I do fully support smart measured intensification, consistent with the Ontario plan and the Barrie City plan. And I fully understand we need to move forward to develop this property and for all the benefits intensification can bring. My core issue is the intensification level. I believe it's just too high. So at 122 units per hectare, that corresponds about 2.3 times the current zoned intensification. The builders made some concessions to accommodate some of our concerns, but the specific one on density has not been addressed to my understanding. So why am I concerned? Two questions that come to mind. Why is the current intensification not appropriate? And the second is, what are the implications of such an increase of 2.3 times the current intensity? It's more better. All right, the first question, the zoning now is 59 units per hectare, which I understand is above the current plan of 50 units per hectare. So all the benefits of intensification will be realized, and I want to make that point clear. The question really is, why is there a need to change it when it was accepted merely 4 years ago at the 59 units per hectare? The staff report provides some information on this. They talk about that, I'm going to read it. It is anticipated that these types of developments will be more common along the intensification corridors, and densities may exceed 50 units per hectare on a site-by-site basis, consistent with the density target calculated over additional corridor. So for this first point, my question to everybody is, what is our current level in Barrie for the intensification corridors? Are we at some sort of crisis where we have to go so dramatically higher? Or with 59 units per hectare, does that fit within what is required? So where are we at currently? And then with the vacant lands, and if they're developed as per the city plan, would you be able to achieve the targets that we need? I think this is objective information that we need for all of these proposals. I'm not arguing 122 units per hectare is bad, but I'm concerned when it's such an increase on such a small piece of property. It leads to my second question. What are the implications? And I know I only have 5 minutes, so I guess the one question that I ask is something like parking. So if you think about the parking issue, you're going to have 67 units. And if you look at Stats Canada, sorry, there's somebody raised something?
No, go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
I saw a piece of paper there. Yeah. If you look at Stats Canada, I'm calculating that will deliver 100 cars to this property. And if you look at the numbers for parking, there's only 67 residential, and I underline residential. 83 spots are not for the residents. There's 14 spots for visitors, I believe. I might have the numbers wrong, but close to that. And then 4 for handicapped. So according to the numbers, it's going to be 67 spots. And I can show you the calculations, but Statistics Canada shows there'll be 100 cars. And I may add that 85% of people in Barrie rely on a car to go to work as a principal driver. I know you want to change that, but you can't argue the facts of today. And I think to move any differently, it's going to take a lot of thinking. So right now, do you want the cars in the street? Are the streets parking lots? Is that okay for the city council? I think you need to ask that question. Or would I submit, challenge the builders to make a home for the cars? In this way, there'll be measured development and an appreciation that us as residents still depend on a car. And perhaps I'd submit many of you also depend on a car. So I'll stop there because I know I only have 5 minutes. And I appreciate you guys have been, and gals have been here for a long night.
Thanks very much, Mr. Stevenson. I appreciate that and appreciate you sticking with us for the last 2.5 hours to get to the point where we're ready for deputations on this. I know a number of members were making notes and this matter will be coming up in the committee report shortly, but I'll ask if any members of council have any questions for Mr. Stevenson as the deputant. Councillor Jim Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for making the time to present today. And I do appreciate, and we've had conversations, that your data-informed approach to this is much appreciated, and your balanced approach to understanding the density and the pros and cons is also appreciated. I did hear one thing, and I wanted to be clear. I thought it was a really interesting point. Were you asking what the baseline density currently is for that corridor, the Essa Road corridor? Is that one of your questions?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Is Barrie doing well achieving the intensification targets that they need? So for a corridor, my understanding it's 50 units per hectare. We should be measuring that. Are we doing well there? How far off are we? And I think that can give some measured objective view on when there's these proposals that go feel radically higher.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Yeah, and I know that we've talked and understand the neighbors know that the corridor, it's an average, a collective number of 50, but it would be nice to know the baseline is the area currently that S Road, pardon me, I'm saying Essa, pardon me, the Yonge Street corridor, is that at a 20 right now? Is it at a 10? So I'd be curious to know. I think it's a really neat question, so I thank you for raising it.
Yeah. And if I could add, the second correlate to that is look at the undeveloped properties. So it might be low today, but if you look at the developed properties, like I think of this corridor, there's a whole slew of properties along Yonge Street that need to be developed. And I think you need to include that and look at the average of 50, for example, and see if it will bring the average to 50 that we need for the entire corridor.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Marlene. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Harris. Any other questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Stevenson, I'll echo Councillor Harris's thanks for a very thoughtful deputation. Thanks for coming tonight. Our second deputation on this matter is from Darren Vella. Mr. Vella, we've got you online. Yes, we do. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Good evening. I'm going to be brief, Your Worship. The matter regarding 41 Yonge Street was deferred last Tuesday back to staff to have them reassess density considerations and the location of the stormwater management pond. We understand, as we're hearing through Mr. Stevens, that the public has concerns over this application. I want council to be aware that following the public meeting where these concerns were expressed back in 2019, my client, along with myself, did conduct extra meetings with Councillor Harris and members of the public to better understand their concerns. Flowing from these meetings was a significant amount of time, effort, and financial resources spent on redesigning the site to mitigate these concerns to the extent possible. In speaking with members of Barrie staff over the last week, any considerations with regards to the location of the stormwater management pond can be an issue that would be addressed through the detailed design process and should not influence any decision regarding a zoning approval or zoning decision, I would say, with respect to this matter. The main concerns, as Mr. Stevenson is even pointing out this evening, relates to density and parking. So his question is right on point with some of the information I would like to share with council this evening. So as council is aware, staff have an interpretation of your official plan that has been consistently used on all intensification projects throughout the city, particularly ones in intensification corridors. Staff look at a 1 kilometer radius around the site that is being proposed for development under an application, and they assess the density as it relates to the existing conditions and some potential conditions. In this particular location, a 1 kilometer radius around this site results in an average density of only 16 units per hectare. So that is well below the 50 units per hectare that is currently permitted in your official plan for intensification corridors. When considering applications and projects currently under construction or approved along Yonge Street, one does not have to go very far to see projects of a much greater size in terms of height and density. Some are actually more than double what is being proposed here. Thinking of the South District development, as well as the seniors retirement home along Dean Avenue. And those buildings are actually located closer to abutting single family dwellings on adjacent properties or across the road. A 4-story building in this neighborhood should be considered complementary and should not be viewed as being offensive. Our resubmission back in February made substantial changes to address the concerns of the public. We increased the number of parking spaces for the development, and we did not increase the number of units. We also updated our shadow study and completed an angular plane analysis in accordance with your urban design guidelines to demonstrate that a much larger building could fit on this site in accordance with your policies. We have experienced delays like everyone through the COVID crisis. In my opinion and in my client's opinion, we do not think it's fair for staff to defer, for council to defer this application back to staff, given council's current summer recess schedule, and ask the applicant to wait to the very least September for a decision. I'm here to ask council that my client is not willing to make any changes, or I'm here to tell council, my apologies. My client is not willing to make any changes with regard to the number of units for this project. We would like council to make a decision on this matter this evening, and we understand that council's decision may in fact be to deny this application. We are okay if council proceeds under that basis, but we would like a decision to be rendered in order for us to move on to the next stage in the process. Planning staff have provided you with their professional recommendation. My professional planning recommendation is also that council should approve this application. Staff cannot provide any further recommendation with regards to density on this property unless the applicant chooses to modify their proposal. And in this particular case, unfortunately, the applicant is not willing to modify their proposal. And so we would like a decision rendered this evening one way or another. Council is aware of making decisions against staff recommendations and proceeding to LPAT on planning applications. I would ask that you take this into consideration when voting on this matter this evening. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vella. Any questions for the deputant members of council? Councillor Jim Harris.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Mr. Vella. Thank you, Mr. Bell. I know, again, just like Mr. Stevenson, you and I have had lots of conversations about this. From my perspective, and I think one of the highlights from last week was the, I believe it was an Innovative Planning Solutions application as well that came to council, had some concerns from residents, and then ultimately went back to another discussion. And I believe what came out of that was a reduction in both the number of units and the height of the units. And I think on behalf of the residents who are impacted by this or potential impact of this application, they're seeing that as an opportunity. And I think so did members of council that there would be some sort of opportunity because really this application begins and ends at 34 and 67. Currently zone 34 is our number north of that that's reasonable. And 67 is a number south of that that's reasonable, and never have those numbers waver because there's been nobody interested in making any effort. So the thought was maybe there would be some opportunity, given the results from ESSA and Athabasca, that there might be some movement. So what's different with this proposal, that some sort of effort to kind of come to some final conclusion is not able to be found or utilized? Sorry.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, I think the fundamental difference here is the built form that we're dealing with. This is a 4-story building, so taking units out of this building isn't going to change the size of the building. The building is going to remain at 4 stories. There hasn't been any contemplation in terms of stepping the building or making any sort of modifications to the building in terms of its architectural design and configuration, because those are very, very difficult to execute based on from a costing perspective. So I think in this particular case, the difference between the Essa Road project and this one was there was no modifications, substantial modifications made on that project following the statutory public meeting that took place. And in this particular case, what had occurred is following the public meeting in 2019, we had gone ahead and met with members of the public. We had met with yourself, and we had presented a modified proposal with some substantial changes that we feel best address the concerns that have been raised by members of the public. So in this particular case also, Councillor Harris, there isn't a willingness on behalf of the applicant to change the number of units. So that also has a bearing on staff and council's ability to request a change to be made by the applicant.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vella. I'll leave it at that, and maybe others have questions. Thank you as always for your approach and your willingness to have conversations on these items.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Any other questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Vella. Appreciate that. That completes the deputations, I believe, on 481 Young. Ms. Cook, we have no others that have requested.
There's been no other deputations on this matter requested.
Okay, we do have a number who requested to make a deputation tonight on the status of the McLean Minister's zoning order, the matter we discussed at General Committee. The first who registered is Dr. Jim McLean. Dr. McLean. All right, we're just getting him up on the Zoom now. And once he comes off mute.
Judy's going to proceed first.
Oh, sorry, Mr. McLean. You just came off mute. So both you and Judy are together?
No, we're separate, but she's going to present first.
Sure. Okay. So in accordance with the procedural bylaw, each of you have 5 minutes for your deputation. So Judy McLean, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman and members of council. It's been a long day for you folks, and I do appreciate your time tonight. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine. Thanks, Dr. McLean.
So my name is Judy McLean Wismer, and I'm here tonight on this deputation with my brother Jim, and we're speaking for the McLean family. And 5 minutes is a very short period of time, but we hope at the end of this discussion, you will have a better understanding and appreciation of our family's vision for McLean Park. The McLeans have lived on this land for almost a century now, 3 generations of farmers. And I think we've had a long history of respect for the land, which we feel will continue. The property, as you know, is at Oro-Medonte, and it borders directly upon Barrie. We feel we've been good neighbors, and we know that we'll continue to be so. Just a couple of clarifications from earlier in the evening in terms of some perhaps misunderstanding about what a ministerial zoning order really is. It is one tool under the Planning Act. In particular, the project addresses a number of provincial objectives, long-term care and housing. The matter was addressed at Township and County Council, which were both public forums. And yes, we agree that after a ministerial zoning order, there still are a number of studies that need to be completed. And so that is just for clarification from earlier on in the meeting. And to be clear, we are very early on in this process. Our engineering and planning consultants have started the dialogue with your team. And I think that the early dialogue has been constructive and that we look forward to this process. There were a couple of comments earlier, Mayor Lehman, about this being an end run or a surprise. And we do thank you for meetings that you spent with us, June 2017, June 2018. You came to oral council, we discussed the project, you were supportive and you were enthusiastic. We met with Simcoe staff and Oro staff. We met again another year later, and we thank you for that time, because I think you really got the project, and I think that you felt that what was good for Oro was also good for Barrie. We bring this matter before you because there are a number of concerns that are ongoing in terms of rural living. The people of Oro-Medonte do not have any mechanism for truly aging in place. And it's an issue for older individuals who have lived and grown within their townships and are connected to the community, but as they age, find fewer and fewer options for how it is they're going to age in place. And Oro-Medonte Council voted unanimously in favor of this project because of one particular reason. There really are no current housing options that supports aging seniors. And as the population grows and ages, and if unable to age in place, Barrie really will have a significant influx of seniors with limited housing options. And in our mind, a failure to plan is a plan to fail. Housing security remains a top priority for all levels of government, and most acutely the seniors. And the COVID-19 pandemic has taught some very difficult and tough lessons. So as a family, we've spent a lot of time thinking about what really is relevant in terms of new development. We are not interested in another suburban sprawl. We reject the notion that land can be taken and paved over. We think we bring to the table a truly innovative and really sort of constructive plan for how this land could be best utilized. There's a quote from the World Health Organization, and it says, "A society for all ages is multi-generational. It is not fragmented with youth, adults, and older persons going their separate ways. Rather, it is age inclusive with different generations recognizing and acting upon their commonality of interest." So what is it about McLean Park that's unique and worthy of your support? We have, in past years, been really captivated by a lot of interesting design concepts and community building that have inspired us from all over the world. The basic core principles of McLean Park are many. Firstly, shared green space is a core value. On this property, we have committed multiple areas of green parkland, beginning with a very large central muir park, connecting to smaller parks. This property is in every way a planner's dream. We have drawn walking and cycling trails throughout the property. There's a small forest at the back. Really, it really is all about great design, where people come and they meet and they congregate, they connect. There's a small coffee shop, there's a bakery, there's benches, there's water features. Exercise is really a central part of their lifestyle. We have respected our agricultural history, and Jim will elaborate further, but suffice it to say, we take the responsibility pretty seriously and look forward to some deep consultative process with the University of Guelph. We don't believe that this will be essentially an urban development. We think that it will be a very mixed and innovative development that includes the green space, includes new agricultural practices. Secondly, housing styles. And we do have an architect in our family. Our family has a deep respect for how architecture has grown and evolved. And there are many housing styles that have changed in order to meet more specific needs. pocket neighborhoods, seniors cottages, co-living, gentle density, front porches. One size does not fit all. And so when you look at the traditional suburban communities, there's been this monomorphous development of what is going to work in a subdivision, and we reject that notion. We know that many of us are really drawn to communities where we keep an eye on our elderly neighbor and share resources. And all of this can be intentionally created. It just takes a commitment to do so. In the township in the east end of Barrie, there's a real need for space that allows people to come together for more organized events. And we are very excited about bringing the barn back to its original glory. The floors of the hayloft are 6 inches thick hardwood. It's a beautiful space. It would host weddings, community events, and business workshops. We believe that institutional care for the elderly is actually a failure within our society. Now, there will always be a place for seniors' homes and long-term care, as included in our plans, but hopefully over time, less so. If we create an environment in which people can truly age in place, in housing styles, green space, exercise, connectivity, I think over time that there will be significant savings to the healthcare system. And finally, during the greatest recession of our time, we believe that hundreds of permanent jobs will be created. There's still much more in this vision, and given time, I really look forward to sharing this with you. And at the end of the day, the critics will tell you why this cannot be done. We expect that. Change is frightening. This is a significant project on the outskirts of Barrie. We recognize that. But we're asking you to place your trust in our family, our ability to create something that will exceed all standards. We feel we can do this. I think also as residents, it's fair to ask, what is the greater good? And where can I live as a millennial, a single, a senior? And most of all, how do I want to live? Oro, Madani, and Barrie have had a strong history of building community, and this is an exciting plan whose time has come. We grew up as students of both Shanty Bay and East Hugh, and
Ms. McLean, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've let you run quite a bit over time.
My last line.
Thanks.
We've always believed that urban and rural can meet and do so successfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have to cut you off.
No, that's absolutely fine.
Mr. McLean, Jim, you also have 5 minutes in accordance with our procedural bylaw, but just before we get to you, are there any questions, members of General Committee members of Council for Ms. McLean? Not yet. Okay. Deputy Mayor Ward, you're up.
If it's okay with you, maybe I'll wait till Jim McLean makes his presentation, then the same question can be asked to both. That's okay.
Sure. Okay, Mr. McLean, I think we'll proceed with your deputation, and you have 5 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Lehman and members of council for receiving my deputation. As has been said, my name is Jim McLean, and I would like to address the evolution and the pressures put on farmland that is adjacent to urban centers and its implications for our development. I would first of all like to acknowledge the wonderful irony in the room when it comes to protecting farmland. Just over 10 years ago, this council was unilaterally given the trust of 5,000 acres of prime farmland on your southern border. And now you have the task of planning how this will be developed and essentially taken out of agriculture. I'm not trying to pick a fight with you. I'm just stating the obvious, that this is a complicated and nuanced topic, and no one gets to be the saint, and no one should be painted the villain. Most people are under the illusion that by simply zoning land as agriculture, you're preserving its ability to grow food. Nothing could be further from the truth. Up until 3 years ago, we were a working dairy farm. Over the years, we've experienced many break-ins, active vandalism, so much so that we had to install a security system on our dairy barn. The final straw came one morning when I went out to start my day and found our stable trashed, spray painted, with most of our cows let loose and one cow left dead in her stall. Other times we'd find our hay mows knocked down with cigarette butts left on the beams. The real kicker was knowing that should our barn burn down, we wouldn't be allowed to rebuild because of the setback requirements that the city of Barrie would insist on. A number of years ago, I had a visit by some reps from the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, and they asked me if I was aware that the city of Barrie had drilled municipal wells on Johnson Street. I wasn't. They went on to say that the well was drilled too close to our farming operation and that I shouldn't use our front field to pasture my cows or spread manure because it would put me in a serious legal jeopardy. The city drills a well without our knowledge, puts it too close to a working farm, and even in a post-Walkerton world, hadn't let us know. Even a farm that sits to the east of our farm, that's further away from Barrie, has taken its land out of food production about 7 or 8 years ago. No one seems to be protesting that. The owners have simply and quietly decided that they don't like today's cash crop practices and they would rather plant their farm in trees. I really respect them for that, but the bottom line is that it will never grow food again in our lifetime. No one seems to be addressing the elephant in the room. Cash crop farming is only profitable when most of the harvested crop is exported out of the country. These markets are notoriously fickle and change yearly. For example, a few years ago, over 75% of Canada's soybean crop was exported, with the highest volumes going to China. Most of these beans were used to fatten pigs and cattle for Chinese consumption. Maybe we should be asking ourselves, is this what we're saving our farmland for? In conclusion, I would like to say that our family is not done with agriculture. Living in the shadow of urban development changes everything. We feel that food and its production would have a grounding influence on the community that we want to build. Integrating not only community gardens, but commercial market gardens, community kitchens, and other food-based initiatives will all bring more connection into people's lives. We are presently working with faculty at the University of Guelph to help make this a reality. Agriculture is like any business. It has to evolve to survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Deputy Mayor Ward, I believe you had a question for the McLeans.
I do. Can you hear me, first of all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, you know, it might be a wonderful project, but every week we deal with people, developers like yourselves that are putting forward spectacular projects that are going to benefit the city in some way. And we still make them go through write the reports, consult the public, go through all the proper planning procedures. And I guess you've been working on this for at least a couple of years. Why have you not been consulting the public and getting the studies done? Why not go through the regular process, the planning process? Why a minister's zoning order?
Well, the minister's zoning order would simply provide the zoning change to allow the development. It doesn't mean that we won't go through planning, like planned subdivisions, all the studies that need to be done. We're working that out with the city now. It doesn't mean there'll be shovels in the ground tomorrow. There'll still be years of studies, public consultation. We actually look forward to public consultation. We've had a lot of really glowing comments already. And so we say, bring it on.
Well, why not do that? Because every other developer does it before they get the approval. Why is yours different?
Well, there's no use going through it if we can't get a zoning change to do it. There's no use incorporating hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that.
Well, if somebody in Barrie wants to develop something, they pay the fees and they don't know whether it's going to be assured of being done. I mean, even if somebody's building something in their yard, we make them pay the fees. Anyways, the other thing I want to tell you, this is an expansion of Barrie settlement area. And no matter what you say, it's an expansion of the Barrie settlement area. And I guess I'm wondering whether you would be in favor of the minister ordering this become part of Barrie, an annexation of this part of Oro. Is there a reason that you haven't gone that route?
No, we're not requesting annexation. Actually, our planner has made a good argument why being adjacent to Barrie, that this can be considered part of a settlement area in its own right. And that'll go through to the minister, and the minister will decide on the merits for that.
Would you have any objection to becoming part of Barrie, since it's going to be basically part of Barrie?
That's
people
really
are going to be using Barrie services?
That's not up to, we're actually planning to service it ourselves.
Right, but it would make more sense to be, I don't think you're going to provide your own transit, for example.
Well, I think in this day and age, when you have a group of a lot of elderly people, it makes more sense to do what Innisfil has done and hook up to Ubers, group cars going to doctor's appointments, hospital visits, all that sort of thing. I don't know how many seniors you find on the transit system in Barrie.
Dating back, but excuse me, yeah, just dating back to our first meeting with Mayor Lehman at Oro Township office, Mayor Lehman made it fairly clear that annexation wasn't in the cards for Barrie.
And perhaps it isn't. We might have to look at it, but it's probably not in the cards right now. It's not something we've considered because Oro's always been quite clear they don't want to develop that part. But anyways, I'll leave it at that, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. I'll clarify a few of these matters in a minute. Councillor Thompson, you had a question of the deputant?
Through you, Mayor Lehman. Actually, Deputy Mayor Ward asked, the only thing I would add is the vision you have is probably legit, and I just don't understand. It's the process and why you wouldn't just go through due process. If it's such a great proposal, you should have nothing to worry about. And I agree with Deputy Mayor Ward, but that's everything.
Okay, just questions for deputants. I'll remind you, members of council, do any members of council have questions for these deputants? Councillor Riepma and then Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I guess I have a couple of questions. And the first one is, have you spoken to the various landowners, builders, and developers in the south end of Barrie? Are they in support of this? It seems to me that this is going to directly compete with them and directly sort of take numbers away from them. But any discussion with them, any of those people?
No, we're not. Go ahead, Judy.
Actually, no, there has not been any discussion.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's anticipating that there'll be a surplus of seniors housing in the near future.
I don't think I'd count on that myself.
I hope I'm wrong.
Next question is this going to be a condo or is it a freehold?
This will be very much a mixed density. So as I described sort of the variety of housing stock, there'll be mostly, actually there really will be a mix of stock, whether it be, I think there'll be one condo on this, probably about 4 floors. There will be a single dwelling. There will be seniors cottages. There will be triplexes. So there'll be quite a variety of housing opportunities.
Yes, I understand the housing types, but I was referring more to the housing ownership. And part of that question has to be who ends up owning the sewer system and the sewage treatment plant and that kind of infrastructure?
Well, that's all. That would be assumed by the Township of Oro.
Okay, so the Township of Oro will own all that infrastructure. Okay, I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Riepma. Councillor Morales.
Wow. I can't get past the question Deputy Mayor Ward asked and the answer that we got. To the deputants, so you guys feel that you, to paraphrase a phrase that Councillor Alwyn made famous a couple of weeks ago, circumvent the public process, end quote, because you don't want to risk spending the money in case the development doesn't go through? And I'm asking it as a question because I want to get clarity. That was a really important question the Deputy Mayor Ward asked, and the answer that I heard from the deputation was, we don't know if we will do those studies, but we will do them after we get zoning. You guys don't see a point in doing those studies before getting zoning. The issue with that as it stands is every single application, no matter if it's 2 units or 2,000, goes through the process of having those studies and reports available when the application is deemed complete for the public to review, for staff to review and ensure compliance, and then zoning and site plan are the next stage. Are you actually asking for the circumvention of that process? And if so, why? I want to get clarity because I could not get past that answer.
No, we've already done many studies. Have you read our report that went to county council and oral council from our planners and from our engineers and the people that have done the water studies?
I'm going based off your comments, Deputy Mayor Ward's comments about how you don't want to spend the money.
No,
until you get.
We've already spent a lot of money on this. I think you really need to double back and read up on what an MZO really is and what it requires.
I'm going based off your comments. That's why I gave you an opportunity to clarify.
No, we plan to do the studies. We plan to go through the whole process. Oral won't let us build unless we do them.
Okay. Yeah. In the interest of time, Councilor Morales, any further clarification from the deputants?
Is this application for any further comments? Do you guys have a planner that will be your spokesman or your advocate beyond staff if you're doing any engagement with the county or the city of Barrie? Do you plan to do that, or do you guys plan to be self-represented?
No, we've had a planner on board for years.
Okay, good to know.
Any further questions or clarification from the deputants? Okay. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Judy, for your deputations. We do have several others on this matter, so I will now call on Bernard Pope to deliver his deputation with regards to the McLean Minister Zoning Order request. Mr. Pope, welcome to Barrie City Council.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Lehman. Everybody's lucky that I'm on the phone and you can't see me. Thank you very much, Mayor Lehman and council members and staff for the opportunity to present facts, opinions, and questions and participate in the discussion on the matter of the proposed development of the McLean Farm on Penetangwisheen Road.
So Mr. Pope, Mr. Pope, sorry, just before you get started, I do have to remind you of 5 minutes for your deputation.
I understand that, Mayor.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Although I'm currently the chair of Ontario Farmland Trust at the University of Guelph, I want this council to understand that I'm representing a component of the agricultural community in Oro-Medonte, Springwater Township. I may be advocating for the protection of farmland, but I'm not representing Ontario Farmland Trust. This council is well aware of the fact that agricultural is the #1 value-added sector in the province. This sector starts with the farmer and rancher and ends on the plate of the consumer. In between, the input suppliers to agriculture are banks, machinery dealers, trucking companies, insurance companies, restaurant servers, etc. You can quickly fill in some of the other businesses and agencies that support agriculture in our sector. You'll quickly see that the list is ample and vital. On the other hand, when you see urban sprawl and the loss of farmland, you witness a marked increase in pollution. In February 2020, the count was 414 parts per million carbon dioxide. In 1917, the count was 328. Every farmer is concerned about the safety of his land and his soil, and as such takes a long-term view in preserving the medium from which he derives his livelihood. His goal is to improve the soil to a state where it's better than he started his farm operation. The McLean Farm is a prime example of this, as they have improved their quality of their land over the years on the farm. Coinciding with the ongoing soil improvement, the modern farmer will be enlarging his operations by buying or renting more land. A local ill-informed mayor has stated publicly that the McLean Farm is too small for modern farming. There could be two possible answers to that opinion. The farm in question could be sold or rented to another farmer. A specialized operation could be started on the land. Either one would keep the land in food production. Previous administrations in Oro-Madani seen the value of the preservation of the land along and east of the Penetang-Machine Road for farming and have moved to enact zoning for the protection of that land. Now, in a time of world crisis and insecure food supply, should any government move to plant a field of houses, roads, and services, that would be one crop, but it would be to the growing infrastructure burden to citizens of Barrie, Oro-Madani, and Simcoe County. Should the wisdom in governments not listen to the public, the scientists, and God to protect our farmland and the vast diversity of wildlife in hedgerows corridors? I've spoken with no one in the agricultural community who thinks that this proposal is good. I've spoken with politicians, including Ernie Hardeman, who agree that we should do all we can to protect farmland and farming in this province. In fact, the minister challenged me last July as chair of Ontario Farmland Trust to develop programs that he would assume to accomplish that goal. Of course, one of the strongest policies of Ontario Federation of Agriculture is the preservation of farmland for the purpose of long-term viable food production. The use of hard urban boundaries was recommended in the coordinated plan review, which was led by the wise David Crombie, as one tool that governments could implement to protect fine agricultural land for food production. In this case, the Penetang-Machine Road is an established firm boundary. Mayor Lehman is one of the most respected mayors in the province and indeed the nation for counting on you to demand and act force policies that follow the recommendation of Mr. Crombie and the expert advisory panel that studied well the planning situation in Ontario. I, however, will go further still. I'm suggesting that all the agricultural land east and north of, including McLean Farms, be zoned agricultural reserve of provincial significance. This practice has been done by Jim Johnson, a friend of mine, and who's the state planner in Oregon. In conclusion, I would say that I and the community members for whom I'm speaking support the report by General Manager of Infrastructure and Growth Management, Andrea Miller, and ask that the Mayor and Council voice strong and clear opposition at every opportunity to the requested Minister's zoning order. The use of Minister zoning orders in land use decisions sets a highly unacceptable and undesirable precedent that is contrary to and in conflict with our responsible process in Ontario land use planning since the perils of the 1960s. The security of our food supply and the health of our citizens would be improved by this example of Barrie Council of the natural good principle and governance. Barrie would be seen as a city of conscience with strong vision for a healthy future and political structure exuding confidence. Thank you very much for allowing me this presentation. I have concluded my offering.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pope, and for those kind words. Are there any questions of clarification from members of council for the deputant? No, then thank you, Mr. Pope. We did receive your written submission as well, and we will consider that as well as the matter is coming up very shortly. We have one more deputation, I believe. Ms. Cook, just the one more on this matter? Okay, and that is from Jim Drury. Mr. Drury, welcome to Barrie City Council, and in accordance with our procedural bylaw, you have 5 minutes for your deputation.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Lehman, councilors, thanks for the opportunity for me to make the deposition here. So my name is Jim Drury, and I've been a farmer for over 45 years. I live in Springwater Township and farm 2,500 acres in Severn, Springwater, Oro-Madani, and Floss Townships. Some rented, some owned. I have to travel as far as Coldwater and Vasey in order to have enough land for my farm operation to be viable. This is largely because we are losing more and more land to development in this area. Agriculture land is in high demand for agriculture use, and farmers are paying in excess of $20,000 per acre for quality land like this. and this is increasing yearly. I'm addressing Barrie Council in support of the Development Service Department memorandum regarding the McLean MZO request in Oro-Medonte. Further to concerns regarding this proposal, I wish to add my opposition on the basis of important agriculture concerns. Although a resident of Springwater Township, I farm approximately 350 acres north of the McLean Farm off Penetang Machine Road. I have been farming 45 years successfully in the area, with my son now joining me in this endeavor. The McLean Farm is one of the most productive farms in Oro-Medonte Township on Class 1 agricultural land. Adjacent farms in that area are also highly productive and valuable to agriculture self-sufficiency. Besides myself, other farmers rely on these lands to continue production. The proposed development of the McLean Farm would not only be a loss of that valuable farming land, but my fear is that it would also lead to development moving south and consuming all the agricultural properties in that area. It would be open to development. As a family operation that is continued into the next generation, farming will not be a viable occupation if good agricultural land is unavailable. We are all aware now that self-sufficiency in agriculture is very important, as recently illustrated during the COVID crisis, and good productive farmland needs to be protected. As well, agriculture is the #1 value-added sector in the province, with farmers being the first link of that chain, and land being the essential resource for that whole sector. My opposition to the McLean proposal is based on the need to protect disappearing agricultural lands, a non-renewable resource. I feel that preserving this land is a legacy that we all owe to future generations. As stewards of the land, it is our responsibility to ensure that this is done. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you very much for your deputation, Mr. Drury. Are there questions of clarification from any members of Barrie City Council? Deputy Mayor Ward.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. And Mr. Drury, you said you farm just north of this property off Penetang Road. There was a mention, the McLeans mentioned that they are, there's concerns about how they can use their land because of a well, a municipal well, although they built drilling their own well for their project. Is that a concern?
I guess when they had the farming operation with livestock, it would be a concern, but that's not there anymore, so it wouldn't be a concern for my style of operation. A large livestock farm would be the problem.
Okay, thank you.
It wouldn't be a concern for me.
Any other questions of clarification or questions from members of council? I had one, Mr. Drury, have you let the township, obviously this is ultimately land that's in the township, and notwithstanding Oro Council made a decision on this back in December to ask for the MZO. Have you taken your concerns to Oro?
We've sent the letter to your council. I guess you've got it there, which is similar to what my deposition was. And we haven't taken it to Oro yet, but I will.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted you to encourage you to do that. In conversation with Mayor Hughes, he's encouraged all those who've reached out with concerns about this to myself to forward those on to the township so that they're aware of everyone's feelings on the matter.
Yeah, definitely.
While I've got you on the phone, I have to ask this because there have been Drury's farming in Oro for at least 100 years, and one of them was Premier of Ontario. Are you related to E.C. Drury?
Oh, okay. We celebrated last summer. My brother Bob, he's been in politics on and off.
Oh, yeah.
We celebrated being here 200 years last summer.
200.
So we've had 300 acres right on Crown Hill off Penetang Machine Road for 200 years. So my grandfather was the Premier of Ontario, and my great-grandfather was the First Minister of Agriculture of Ontario. And both of those were staunch supporters of preserving agriculture and the environment. So hopefully I can help out a little bit too. I know if my granddad was around now and seen this going on, he'd be very upset.
Thought there might be a connection to the
Yeah.
only United Farmers of Ontario premier who came from just up the road. So
Yep, and I still farm the property. And my cousins and brother that own it have no intention of developing it and wish to keep it in agriculture as long as possible. And I have my son coming on, and they have children too. So into that.
okay, well, thank you for being here tonight, Mr. Jury. Thanks for your deputation. The matter is coming up very shortly on council's agenda, and in fact, yeah, very shortly. So that, I believe, completes the deputations for this evening. No, sorry, we did have one request that came in by email. My apologies, Madam Clerk.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Lehman. We had a last minute request from Miss Amber Beckett for the business plan motion to speak tonight.
All right, and have we got Ms. Beckett on the line? Okay.
Yes, she's on the line.
Mr. Nolan, if we can get her into the meeting, and there she is. Ms. Beckett,
Hi, I'm here.
oh,
Hello.
just a few issues there with the sound. Can you just give us, just try that again?
Sure. Let me just try with my video off. I think that might help with bandwidth.
That does sound a little bit better. Welcome to Barrie City Council, and in accordance with our procedural bylaw, I have to tell you, you have 5 minutes for your deputation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Councillor Jim Harris in particular, you mentioned wanting to listen to the voices of BIPOC, and I'm only one voice, but here I am. My name is Amber Beckett, and I'm a resident of Ward 5. I'm also the person who's
Ms. Beckett, sorry, we've lost you.
That you were speaking of earlier. So the suggestion was to.
Sorry, Ms.
I'm
Beckett,
still here.
we couldn't hear you at all there. You're glitching out.
Okay, I'm not sure how to. Can you hear me now?
Still not too great on the sound.
Let me try to. Let me try.
Can I ask
to
that
join from.
I can hear the in the background. If she could turn off the streaming that she has on, I think that would help.
It's not me. I closed it there.
We're not hearing you at all, Ms. Beckett. I'm very sorry. This is it's unfortunate. Keep working on it. See if you can. Can you hear us? No. At the moment, you're showing on our screen, Ms. Beckett, but we can't hear you at all. Hello? Hello? Ms. Beckett, can you hear me?
Mayor Lehman, I think she's in the chat, and I think she's going to try just calling in by phone and cancel the streaming. So maybe if we give her a second.
That would be great.
Just some, I don't know, entertainment while we wait. This is Millie. Do, 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 do. She's like, I don't want to be on TV.
Jeff, make sure you send me that that name of that place.
Right, yes. Mr. Nolan, is Ms. Beckett dialing in? Were you able to reach her separately?
I have not seen her dial in. I don't have her contact info to reach her.
I certainly want her to be able to give her deputation. Members of council, one thing we could do is proceed with the committee reports, but stop short of the matter that she is to make a deputation on, and then come back to the deputation before we consider that matter. So the risk of doing that is we'll get into it on a few other matters and be at this for quite a while. But I'm not seeing Ms. Beckett coming back in here. I'll give it another minute, but we're about 25 minutes away from 11 o'clock as it is. So we may need to move forward with at least some of the other aspects of our agenda, and then we could come back to her if she's able to find a way to call in. Okay, members of council, I'm going to suggest we proceed with the committee reports, and we will come back. If Ms. Beckett is able to come back on, we'll just take her deputation. We'll stop what we're doing and proceed back to the deputations if we're able to get her back in, okay? And we're not dealing with the budget matter right away. We can also move it to consider it last to allow the deputation. So. With that, I am going to suggest we proceed with the committee reports. Deputy Mayor Ward, you have the motions.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that the Planning Committee report dated June 8th, 2020, now circulated, be received.
Okay, it's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that the Planning Committee report dated June 8th, 2020, and now circulated, be received. This is an application for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment submitted by Smart Centers on behalf of Barrie Lakeshore Developments. This is to receive the report from the meeting. Comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Those in favor of receiving? Any opposed? None. That carries. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that the Planning Committee report dated June 15th, 2020, now circulated, be received.
It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that the Planning Committee report dated June 15th, 2020, now circulated, be received. It's to receive the reports from the other, this is the other two planning application matters. It's to receive the reports. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor of receiving these reports? Any opposed? None. That carries.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section A of the General Committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated, to be adopted.
Okay, I was just going to say we're moving on now to the General Committee report from last week, and this is with regards, Section A is with regards to the Georgian Drive bicycle lanes and the Dunlop Street corridor improvements from Ferndale to Ann, including the highway interchange. Comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, those in favor of the motion, please indicate. Any opposed? None. That carries. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section B of the General Committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated, be adopted.
Okay, it is moved by Deputy Mayor Ward and seconded by Councillor Thompson that Section B of the General Committee report dated June 22nd, now circulated, be adopted. This is with regards to the pedestrianization of Dunlop Street. Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I won't be participating in the discussion or the vote in this matter because I have a potential pecuniary interest.
Okay, Madam Clerk, has Councillor Owen's pecuniary interest been recorded?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Okay, thank you very much. Comments or questions, members of council? Okay, I know there was a memo on this on Circlist. If there are no comments or questions, though, I'll call the vote. Those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? None. That carries. Section C, please. Deputy Mayor
Mayor
Ward.
Lehman, this is the COVID recovery plan. Is that what the deputant wanted to speak about? I wasn't quite clear.
No, sorry. She wishes to speak about the budget directions report.
Okay, sorry. Okay, no problem.
Thanks.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the General Committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated, be received.
Okay, it's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the General Committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated, be received. It is to receive these 4 items that were passed on consent last week. Comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Those in favor? Any opposed? None. That carries. Section D, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section D of the General Committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated, be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward and seconded by Councillor Thompson that Section D of the General Committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated, be adopted. This is with regards to non-resident waterfront paid parking and the temporary suspension of paid parking. Okay, so this is the parking matter. I've just been notified we also do have our deputant back. Members of council, this is likely to take us a little bit of time. I would suggest we hold off proceeding with the parking discussion. If Ms. Beckett is back and we're able to receive her deputation, can we go back to deputations and do that now? Anybody opposed to that? Okay, Ms. Beckett, welcome back. Hopefully this works a little better for you.
Third time's the charm, I hope. Can you hear me okay?
It is. We can hear you very well. And
now I understand why everybody, I understand why everyone else did their deputations by the phone. So lesson learned. All right.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the user voice submission that you guys were all speaking of earlier in general council. So the suggestion that I put forth was to reallocate at least 10% of the police's funding to community support. And that submission received over 1,100 votes just since Friday afternoon. So with a maximum of 3 votes per person, I did the math, that's still a minimum of 384 people. In our community, police are expected to attend to all sorts of different calls, and their job is not easy. I understand that. They have to deal with noise complaints and custody issues, public disorder, traffic controls, missing persons, vagrancy. They prevent crime from happening, and they investigate crimes that have happened. It is a lofty task, and it's no wonder that the police budget keeps growing because these tasks can't be completed through policing alone. I looked through some of the budgets that are available on the City of Barrie website. The police budget in 2016 was $48.9 million. It's gone up and up and up, increases of about 3% each year until last year. And this year's budget was $56 million. That's an increase of 5%. And to my untrained eye, it seems like they ask for whatever they want and they get it. Their projections show that over the next 2 years, they'd like to increase to over $62 million. And I'm wondering where it ends. Our tax dollars are not infinite, and giving police such a disproportionate amount means that we're not giving other services the funding that they need. So when do we as a community get to decide where our money goes? There are a lot of communities around the world that are asking for a full abolishment of police or a 50% reduction in their funding. And a 10% decrease here in Barrie would take their police budget back to what it was in 2018, just 2 years ago. I hope that seems more reasonable when we put it in that context. And I think that we have, somewhat inadvertently set ourselves on a fool's errand. The less that we fund our community, the more, quote unquote, in need of policing that the community becomes. It's like a chicken and egg situation here, right? So the vast majority of their calls, you've discussed this, they're not criminal. And I think it's completely reasonable to ask them for a projection of what it would look like with just 90% of their funding. I believe, and many other people believe, that we should build up our community support so that we need less police. And I'm so glad that during General Committee, you all said that, well, most of you have said that you feel similarly. So Natalie Harris, you spoke about agitated and manic individuals that paramedics have to deal with. And police are expected to do so many different jobs, as I mentioned earlier. They're expected to act as a sort of Swiss Army knife in our society. And I'd love to talk with you about whether or not you believe that experts that are trained specifically in addiction and dealing with these types of individuals would be better able to handle those situations without escalating. So many members of our community do, and we're asking for you as a council to look into alternatives for policing and what that might look like. And Councillor Thompson, as I mentioned, we spoke previously today. I'm a resident of Ward 5, and I've talked to many of my neighbors who are all supportive of reallocating funds to other services. I thought we had a good discussion, and I thought we understood each other. So I find it quite disingenuous of you to mention that the residents of Ward 5 are all looking to increase the police budget and that no one is looking for less boots on the ground. That's not true. And I feel that you've misrepresented us. I feel hurt. I feel ignored. And I really hope that we can have a conversation to reconcile this. I've heard many times that it's not up to us as a council to decide, but it is up to you as a council to hear the voice of your constituents. Many of the people I've spoken to say that you hear, but they don't feel like you're listening. We all have our biases, and ask that you question what yours might be and make sure that you are always serving your constituents. We're all entitled to our opinions, you members of council included, and you're familiar with intricacies of the system that I am not personally aware of. However, in the past 3 days alone, hundreds of citizens here in Barrie have said they want to see a reduction in the police budget and that funding shifted to community services. Please hear our voices. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation, Ms. Packett. Are there questions from members of council, questions of clarification from the deputant? No, that was very clearly said. Thank you very much for being here, Ms. Beckett. We will be dealing with this, of course, in a few, well, we've got a parking issue to deal with first. You may have heard of this. So we'll see how long it takes, but the matter is coming up at council tonight, and thank you for dialing back in.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, members of council, speaking of that parking issue, that is the section of the general committee report that is on the floor. We will go back to the committee reports. The non-resident waterfront paid parking, temporary suspension of paid parking. I do understand that there are potential amendments. Councillor Morales, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just pulling up here the amendment that Councillor, myself and Councillor Claire Rietma are moving. Councillor Rietma, my phone is trying to connect to Wi-Fi and disconnect. Could you help me out if you have the amendment in front of you? I'm trying to open up Ms. Cook's document here. Councillor Rietma?
I think I've got.
Hold on.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Council moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Claire Rietma, that motion 20-G-103, section D, the General Committee report dated June 20th, 2020, now circulated, be amended to add the following paragraph. That staff in the transit and parking department, in consultation with various stakeholder groups, investigate the feasibility of a joint waterfront parking pass that would be valid for residents of Barrie, Innisfil, and Oro-Medonte to park at all respective beaches, bracket, with the ability for SR residents to buy into it at a discounted rate, including an estimated financial implications report back in advance of the 2021 summer season. And I can speak to that.
Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Morales, seconded by Sorry, who was your seconder, Councilor Morales?
Councilor Claire Reitma.
All right.
I know, right?
It's a beautiful moment right now. It's like a quarter to 11. It's a beautiful moment. That staff in the Transit Parking Department, in consultation with various stakeholder groups, investigate the feasibility of a joint waterfront parking pass that would be valid for residents of Barrie, Innisfil, and Oro-Medonte to park at all respective beaches, with the ability for ESSA residents to buy into it at a discounted rate, including estimated financial implications, and report back in advance of the 2021 summer season. Go ahead, Councilor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So first of all, 2020 is here. We all can't wait for it to be done. This will be done for the 2021 revision. So there's no rush policy occurring at this time. The one point that I did, myself and Councilor Reitma did want to do with this is acknowledge the fact that there are a lot of members of our community, while technically not part of the Barrie community, that contribute. It is our job to make the tough decisions, to listen to our residents, but at the end of the day, regardless of the views, we have to make the tough decisions. And one of the kind of themes that I heard on, online and emails is we have a lot of residents in the Midhursts, in the Shanty Bays, in Innisfil, people who've been contributing to the Barrie community, both in their work and in their lives, in what they contribute to art, community, everything, nature, for decades. And on a technicality, they wouldn't be, they would kind of get the parking, the newer, higher parking rate. I personally don't believe that was the intention of when council approved the increased parking rate last week. I see why we did it. I still support it, but I think there needs to be some sort of, case by case basis with those people. Again, so I'm personally moving this amendment with support of Councilor Reitma to recognize that regional identity that we have. And it's kind of the best compromise. I've talked with staff and they're going to see, again, the financial implication. If the financial implication comes back and it's not something that's acceptable, then we nix it. But I think as an olive branch to our neighboring communities, that we extend this. Once again, this isn't going to change people's lives, but there are a lot of people that, the 11 members of council here would have assumed were Barrie residents who maybe live a block or two away from Barrie or live in the neighboring community. The reason we added an ESSA township is they don't have any beachfront that I guess Barrie residents can enjoy as part of a regional pass. So they could opt in and kind of contribute monies to the system. But this also allows us to maybe get into a partnership with places such as Innisfil and our neighboring communities. So again, hashed it out with staff. It seems like a good compromise while still prioritizing the waterfront for our residents, acknowledging that we do have ties to our regional community. It is for the greater good, and that was very important.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Morales. Comments on this amendment? We are at council, so we all only speak once. Councillor Congle, Deputy Mayor Ward, and Councillor McCann. Go ahead, Councillor Congle.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm actually quite pleased to see it coming through. I was going to post it as a query to staff at the end of the evening. I have received several calls. And if I could kindly a phrase that, we have this, they're all members of Barrie community, although their addresses might not be a Barrie address. And so I am supportive of some type of next step that can appreciate those members in our surrounding area that do contribute broadly to Barrie and see Barrie as their urban center, urban draw, and especially have had calls in particular around individuals, especially impacted from a social isolation around COVID, whose family members are just outside of our boundaries. And now that we're seeing this opening up and still physically distancing in a safe way, how important it is to be able to actually be outside and be with family. And it seems to be quite the prime area by which we're seeing our families connecting. So I would like to see some reasonable next steps that at least have a compassionate approach to not creating a negative impact on individuals that contribute to Barrie.
Thanks, Councillor Congle. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just for Councillor Morales, why no love for spring water? Why is it left off?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Springwater is 100% on here. If I didn't verbally say it, that is an error on my part. Mayor Lehman, can you just confirm that the printed motion before you does have spring water?
Oh, I hate to tell you, it doesn't, Councillor Morales, but I am more than happy to add our friends from the Northwest.
Councilor Morales got a speeding ticket there or something he doesn't want.
Absolutely. What have you got against Snow Valley? It's a beautiful place. Okay,
Okay, that's all I wanted
water.
to check.
It's
Thanks.
added.
It's
and
added.
I've added it to the text of the motion here. Yeah.
It's added. It should have been in there. Thank you,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Councillor McCann, you're up.
All right, thank you, Mayor Lehman. So, Councilor Morales, I do have a couple questions for you, if you don't mind, for clarification. It's ESSA Springwater, Innisfil, who else?
Or Medante. ESSA can opt in.
ESSA can opt in. And so you are trying to be a good neighbor and have staff reach out to all these municipalities and say, hey, let's do a swap. You come and use our beaches for a discounted rate. And what is the discounted rate that you're suggesting?
Less than the out of town rate and more than this Barrie resident rate. Don't know the number, somewhere in between. And I foresee this as being a very strong marketing tool that we can use for tourism, right? A lot of people maybe want a day trip and start in Barrie and maybe end up in Innisfil or vice versa. And if we do this correctly, this can be a strong marketability point we can use for the GTA. They get value for the buck.
Sorry, you just offer me bringing the GTA in there. You're saying that now you want to offer the GTA discount as well?
No, let me rephrase that. If we have this kind of Simcoe County pass and people, my apologies. If people want to have the Simcoe County pass, the residents of the county of Simcoe see value for their dollar, not the GTA. My apologies, I was confusing that. And it's strong marketability for the people in the region to explore their own region.
Okay.
My apologies. No, I just said my apologies. Those were two complete thoughts. I did not mean to throw you off.
Okay, it's okay, no problem. I'm just trying to visualize how this is a win-win-win for everybody. So you're suggesting that ESSA, who doesn't have a waterfront, and Barrie, who has 150,000 people, that we do a flip-flop where we can park for a discounted rate in their city or their township, and they get a discounted rate in our township, let's say of $100 the season. Is that kind of what your feel is?
No, I agree with you. I don't think it would be equal with ESSA Township. I don't think it would be equal with any municipality. We have likely a lot. I haven't measured it with my stick, but we likely have a lot more beachfront. We have a lot more dollars invested. But it's the spirit of being a good neighbor, it's the spirit of the olive branch, and the spirit of providing value. That's why I want staff to hash this out. One of the first things I said in my deputation was if the numbers don't make sense, I will squash this. But I do think that there is value to providing that joint approach. And because ESSA does not have that beachfront, staff will come back with recommendations on how they can opt in, if they can opt in at all. I'm not stuck on this, and that's why I'm not trying to rush it and do it properly for the 2021 season.
Okay, I'm going to support it because I like how you want to band us together and be Simcoe County strong. I like that vision, but I don't, quite frankly, think it's going to go anywhere. I just don't see the business case why ESSA or Innisfil would want 150 residents to go into their beaches when their beaches are full already. So I can't see this flying, but I'm going to support you. I think it's a good effort. Hopefully I'm wrong. Thanks, Joe.
Okay, thank you, Councilor McCann.
Councillor Riepma, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'm very much in support of the motion that we made the other day. I think that moving our parking fees up is exactly the right thing to do. And I'm also very pleased to second this motion that's in front of us right now. I think it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of people that live just outside of the city that want to come and use our facilities. They contribute by living nearby, shopping here, working here, all those kind of things. I think it also recognizes that Barrie is, a very central part of Simcoe County and an important part. And I think that reaching out to our neighbors is a good thing. I think that we really should ask our staff to take a good hard look at this and see if they can develop something that's workable, because I'd like to see something like that happen. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Reitman. Councillor Gary Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question for the mover of this. How do you envision this being any different than the annual non-resident pass, waterfront pass that already exists?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you, slightly discounted rate from that and higher than the Barrie resident rate.
Okay. Again, I don't know if you something to consider. I know you can't do a friendly at council, but something that I think we should consider instead of sitting back and waiting several months for a staff report on this. If that's the direction that you want to go for this, last week we upped the annual non-resident pass from 90 to 130. Something along, if you want to keep it lower for those municipalities, why don't we consider passing something this evening that would keep it in and around that 90 range for those municipalities? I just don't see the point in sitting back and wasting time and like, I mean, we're in the middle of this pandemic. People want to get out and enjoy the beaches, and if that's the intent and the will of the council, let's just do it tonight.
Feel like I'm on Deal or No Deal. Ms. James Reed, Mr. Forsyth.
Well, just before we tag in staff on this, it is 10:57. I need a motion to extend our meeting past 11 p.m. Moved by Councillor Rob Thompson, seconded by Councillor Anne-Marie Kungle. All those in favor of extending past 11 so we can kick around parking some more? Yes, everyone's in favor, because I know you can't wait to do more of this. All right, Ms. James Reed, I believe Councillor Morales was just about to ask you a question. Go ahead, Sergio.
Ms. James Reed, Councillor Harvey's comments are enticing. It's deal or no deal, and it's 11 p.m. and I have and you have the perfect knowledge about our capacity to onboard this. Thoughts?
Ms. James Reed.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales. Thank you for the inquiry. My understanding was your intent of your amendment was to have a pass that was not just for area residents to use our beaches, but was for our residents to use area beaches. And so my understanding was that you wanted staff to talk to councils and staff at the other adjacent municipalities to see if there's an interest in that. So in order for that to occur, we would need direction to have consultation with the area municipalities, and we have not had an opportunity to do that because obviously you haven't passed that motion. So if it was just to invite non-residents to have a discounted pass, as Councillor Harvey said, that is an option that exists today and has been as part of the motion.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. James Reed. Ms. James Reed, I'll have to ask you the question first, and depending on the answer, I'll pass it on to the mayor and the clerk. Could I amend my own motion, take it off the floor and put it on the floor again as revised? That said that we implement a Simcoe County pass right away at that middle rate, at that $90 rate, and then in 2020, and then still direct staff for 2021 to come back, see if we could form some partnerships. And we implement that Simcoe County pass for a one-year term.
So let me suggest a way forward on that, Councillor Morales. Your motion could stand as it is since it's been prepared and it's with regards to 2021. The paragraph 4C of the motion that's in our on the floor is that the annual non-resident waterfront parking pass be increased from 90 to 130 per year. If it was your intent to remain, for example, at $90 for the residents of the 4 neighboring municipalities, all you'd have to do is add the words except for residents of Innisfil, Springwater, Oro, and Essa, and for 2020. So that would keep for our neighbors in the 4 adjacent municipalities the rate at $90.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Lehman. It would be my intent, and if Councilor Lima would still feel comfortable seconding that, I would split those two. And again, as you said, only for 2020 to be confirmed and revised for 2021.
Okay, so we'll have to we'll prepare that here in the chambers. Ms. Cook can write that up on a motion form for you, since we do need the written record somewhere, and that City Hall is a good place. But we'll come back to that. What's on the floor at the moment, thanks. So we'll proceed with that next. What's on the floor at the moment remains the idea of next year doing that joint pass as per your motion. You want to continue with that as well? Okay, so that's what's on the floor at the moment, members of council. Further comments or questions on the motion that's on the floor to investigate the joint pass for 2021 with our neighbors? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on that amendment. Those in favor, please indicate. And I am as well, that's unanimous. Thanks for that, Councillor Morales. And then we'll have the next motion will be moved by Councillor Morales and seconded by, can I have a seconder that's willing to second
Councillor Rietma is also
Councillor
willing to
Rietma, I
second.
think you did indicate before, didn't you? Okay. And so that motion would read that paragraph 4C, sorry, that paragraph 4C be amended by adding the words, except for residents of Essa, Innisfil, Oro, and Springwater, or Medonte and Springwater for 2020. So that would have the effect of leaving the non-resident pass at $90 with proof of residency in one of those 4 municipalities. Is that amenable, Councillor Morales and Councillor Rietma? Okay, so that's what's on the floor. Councillor Thompson, I know you wanted to speak. I assume it's to this? Okay, floor is yours, sir.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. I thought your First Amendment was excellent. Simcoe strong, we could go there, they come here. But this one actually, I'm a little bit worried. Our beaches are rammed right now. And in light of the COVID and stuff, I think we've really got to be careful. We're only in stage 2 and who knows where that goes. But I just don't want to give an option for everybody to come to our beaches because our residents are feeling the social distancing isn't occurring. We've seen all the emails today at certain other beaches, not just Centennial. So I'll wait to hear other comments and stuff, but I liked your First Amendment. I just don't think we should do it this year in light of the pandemic.
Is there a question in there for me that I could acknowledge or just general statement?
Oh, just a statement.
Okay, so yeah, just to be clear about the amendment that's on the floor. Good try though, you almost got the floor back. We'll come back to you because you do get to speak again to this, Councillor Morales. You haven't spoken to it yet. We just put it on the floor. Everybody gets a chance once at council to speak to amendments. Just to be clear about the amendment that's on the floor, we're arguing about whether it's 90 or 130. For the 4 neighboring municipalities, because we already made it 130 for anybody. Right now, you could come from the Yukon and buy a non-resident parking pass for $130 if you thought you were going to visit 3 times from the Yukon this year. So that's what's on the floor. Next to speak, I think I saw Councillor Kungle. Did I see your hand? Yeah. Sorry, and others who wish to speak to the amendment? Just indicate as we're going. Councillor McCann, okay, we'll come to you next. Go ahead, Councillor Kungle.
So I was thinking through those similar concerns Councillor Thompson raised, and I guess within the range or variance of the cost that we're proposing versus the current cost, I'm still supportive of it. I'm not sure if you want to set a limit or if there's a concern that staff think based on what we're seeing now or what we will tend to see, and if there's enough of an incentive by that change in rate that we're going to see any type of concern about a volume. But I guess for me, I'm still recognizing those concerns from a public health, from a draw to the waterfront, but would like to see it move forward. It'd be great if there could be some information tracked. I'm sure there would be anyways, but if that could be a report out, it might be valuable to also inform then next year just around how many individuals should this pass actually took advantage of it and or maybe could comment about the value of it as a resource, and if they would be willing to pay more or not, or if it just made a difference to their access and experience. But maybe something in there from an understanding of the benefit to residents would be great to understand.
Okay, thanks for that. Sorry, did you want staff to comment on that now, Councillor Congo, or that was more comment for the report back?
More comment for the report back. I don't want to put them on the spot on that kind of hypothetical, but.
Okay. Councillor McCann, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm actually not going to be supporting this. And it's basically going to be because of the two answers that my past counselor just talked about. I would like a staff member, whether it's Brett, Rebecca, or Andrea Miller, to maybe give the rest of the council maybe some flavor of some of the complaints that we've had maybe at Wilkinson's Beach, Tyndale Beach. I've had more complaints in the past couple of months than I have in 5 years. So I think that, you know, perception is reality. And the reality right now is that right now our Barrie residents that are going to these beaches are complaining, to me at least, on a 3 or 4 times a week basis, that the beaches are too busy. And so because of the health, because of the public health situation, because of the marketing promotion about bringing more people down to the waterfront, I love Councilor Morales' idea for next year. I just think this year we need to put the brakes on it and maybe not market it to the rest of Simcoe County as coming down to our beaches. So if you could, Mayor Lehman, could you ask the staff member to comment on the increase, if there is an increase in complaints with the crowdiness of our beaches? Please.
Ms. James Reid.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. Thank you for the question. We certainly have seen an increase in comments on social media and through Service Barrie with respect to the activities at our waterfront. Perhaps because of the situation of COVID and that many people are coming to our waterfront, and they have been for several months to walk the trail and enjoy the public space. But we certainly are seeing an increase in the complaints. From a administration point of view, we do, of course, track the number of season passes that we have, or non-resident passes that we have sold. Last year, we sold approximately 7 passes. So it's not a big hot commodity, or it hasn't been in the past. However, I would flag that if there is more of an interest this year because of the fact that people have much less things to do with, you know, amusement parks and closed, I would flag that we are seeing a significant backlog of residents who are waiting for their resident passes through Service Barrie. We have 800 that are needing to be processed, and we're going as fast as we can. So I am concerned with this amendment that we may not be able to sell these passes, also knowing that at present time we are closed from a physical location at City Hall. So I would just flag that as a concern from a staff perspective.
Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate that information. So Sergio, would you consider maybe delaying the 2020 and just moving everything forward for 2021?
So the amendment that's on the floor is just about the price for 2020. The amendment on 21 passed. So what we're debating right now is whether it's $90 or $130 for a non-resident pass for 2020. But I will ask Ms. James Reid to clarify, because I think that might have led to Councillor McCann's question. Ms. James Reid, we're just talking about the price. I'm not sure, what would be the concern with the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I was just wanting to flag that I'm not sure how quickly we would be able to sell if we had a lot of our neighboring municipality wanting this discounted price of the $90. Okay. That just we have a huge capacity trying to reach the residents who've already wanted a resident pass. And without being open to the public, I'm just concerned about how quickly we could manage that.
Okay, makes sense. Councillor McCann, back to you.
Just maybe Councilor Morales would maybe not do anything for 2020 and just move forward with when we get the information back for 2021.
Here's how I see it, Councillor McCann. This COVID-19 crisis will pass. How we treat our neighbors will be remembered. I think there's a lot of panic, you know, especially in early COVID-19 around the world. People thought it was the Asian flu. People thought it was this. I'm having a really hard time feeding into, and my own residents saying, keep them out of Barrie. I'm having a really hard time pandering to that and agreeing with that notion. Do I agree with public health policy? Yes. Do I agree with the separation of the regions and phases? Absolutely. But I have a really hard time in kind of fulfilling that. If right now, Councillor McCann, if somebody wants to come from out of town, they're going to buy the out of town parking pass, even though they technically can't, even though they maybe shouldn't. They should stay in the region, and they're going to do it anyways. All that's on the table right now is $30 or not, or $40 or not. That's what is being debated right now. It's like chimeneas. If they want to burn a fire, they will burn the fire. So I guess the question right now is,
I don't think it's just about.
Sorry, Councillor McCann. Councillor Morales still has the floor. Go ahead, Sergio.
To the question of, do I want to delay it? I wanted to see it properly implemented, but I think Councillor Harvey kind of brought a good point. Let's see if we can do a regional approach for later. Let's do some price tiering now, and we'll see the impact of this. If Ms. James Reed's concerns are valid and we can't even roll them out, then any concerns about beach overcrowding aren't going to materialize. On the flip side, if we see a big uptick in regional buy-in, we're going to have really good data that we're going to be able to say, hey, we're going to partner with Tourism Barrie and see that, you know, the support for Barrie is within 100 kilometers, which we probably already know is. So I don't see this being kind of a game changer. I know the magnitude, I don't think it's going to make it or break it, but I think we're going to be remembered as leaders about how we treat our neighbors, and that includes our regional partners.
Councillor McCann.
So I do not see it as clear and straight as you do. I don't believe it's just about a $40 discrepancy in the price. I believe that we owe it to our taxpayers who voted us in here and the residents of Barrie to do what's best for them. So right now, pandemic is happening and our beaches are full, and we have more complaints now about our overcrowding beaches than we've ever had. Or maybe I shouldn't put words in Rebecca's mouth, but more than we had last year. And I believe that we need to tell our residents that we care, tell our residents that we're going to be leaders and protect them, and tell our residents that we are going to do whatever it takes to make their lives better this summer by having more room on the beach. So I want to be a great neighbor too, but I want to take care of my own first, Sergio. So I'm asking if you would sorry, it's late. I'm asking if you would defer that to 2021.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Through you, Mayor Lehman. At the moment, no. If this fails, I'd be more than happy to see some sort of tier pricing for 2021.
Okay, it's on the floor. Councillor Natalie Harris, I have you next to speak.
I'm good, actually. Thank you.
Okay. Others who wish to speak to 90 or 130? Gary, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is going to be one of the few times I'm going to flip-flop on us here, because especially after listening to Miss James Reed, even though the numbers are so small at 7, it definitely sounds like they have no ability to fill any of these purchases anyway. So I would hate to see us pass something knowing full well that the residents won't see their pass anytime soon. So I just don't think that it's responsible of us to be implementing something that staff's already just told us is an issue trying to fill.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Others who wish to comment? Okay, a couple of things to say here. Folks, I think we're forgetting a couple of things. Number one, last week we made parking in the downtown free until September. So if anyone thinks that we're acting to protect our residents by preventing people from being able to go to the waterfront from out of town, we're literally letting them park for free on the waterfront in the downtown. The second thing is, I would note, there's no paid parking on the waterfront right now at all. I signed an emergency order that said no non-resident parking. And how's that going for us? We just got inundated with complaints over the weekend saying that there's tons of folks from out of town that are coming to Barrie, even though right now we don't allow it at all. We have big signs that say resident parking only on the waterfront. So my point in that is not to say that there isn't a point in what Councillor McCann has said or what we did last week, because first of all, I do think non-residents should pay to park on our waterfront, and I think they should pay more than they have historically. That helps to pay for the costs that we incur, not just from people who are irresponsible in how they use our parks and beaches, but also because we host events and lots of folks from out of town come and enjoy those events, and we don't receive any financial support from that. I think the concern that I have, though, is that if we are expecting our parking policies to fight the public health crisis, I think unfortunately we may be doing maybe a bit, it's not working out too well, or all those people who have asked for higher costs or asked for more restrictions are wrong, because we have had for the last 2 weeks resident parking only on our beaches, and we're still getting inundated with complaints. So my suggestion to you is this: what we need to do is enforce some of the public health concerns. If the problem is a concern that our beaches are overcrowded and that there is concern around COVID related to that, then we need to be enforcing our emergency order on the waterfront. And as you know, we have had additional enforcement in place for some time on that. But I talked this morning with Ms. James Reed and Mr. Prowse about amping up the messaging, because I do think right now we've got some fatigue going on. And whether it's residents or non-residents, it's out-of-towners or not, you know, somebody else mentioned to me today that they're a Barrie resident. They happen to have 5 cars in their household. They're a longtime Barrie resident. Every single one of them has a dealer plate from Richmond Hill or Markham or somewhere else, because that's where the vehicle was purchased. My point in this is we have good data. We know from Mr. Forsyth from last week that 1/3 of the people who park on our waterfront are from out of town. That's the number. But we've just had non-resident parking banned for 2 weeks, and we continue to be inundated with complaints. So I guess the point in all of this is that the amendment that's on the floor is whether or not we give our neighbors a break on the annual pass. Last year we sold 7 of them. Let's assume there's 10 times as many sold this year. That's only 70. So I am going to support this amendment. I think Sergio has a great point, which is that our neighbors will remember how they were treated. And I got more messages this week from people in the business community in Barrie who run a business, or work in a business, but happen to live in Center Vespra or in Innisfil or Oro, and are really upset that they've run their business here for many years and they contribute, and that we're not going to extend them the courtesy. So I'm going to support Sergio's amendment because I do think it's a good idea. I think the next year's pass, there's going to be some challenges around that, but it's worth investigating. And I would say this, that if the purpose of raising the price is to try and limit the number of people on our beaches, I mean, we've just had a total ban and it hasn't worked. So I think we need to amp up the public health messaging and public health enforcement. So I'll call the question on Councillor Morales' amendment, which is $90 for residents of Essa, Innisfil, Oro, and Springwater. Those in favor of that amendment, please indicate. Opposed? 3. The amendment carries. On the main motion as amended, any other comments or questions? Okay, I'll call the vote. Those in favor of section D as amended? And none opposed? That carries. So for all those watching the parking on the waterfront saga, Council has approved, when paid parking resumes, the $10 and $50 maximum, but a reduced rate for our neighbors for an annual pass. Members of Council, just before we move on to the next item, I did want to mention while we were here, I should have mentioned it before we voted, but it doesn't really matter. The timing of the resumption of paid parking depends on releasing the emergency order. The emergency order stays in place as long as the state of emergency is there, unless I amend it, which nobody has approached me about, because I believe there continues to be concerns that our beaches are overcrowded and folks wanted the non-resident parking ban to remain in place. But just a reminder that as it stands today, till the emergency order is amended, it is resident parking only on our waterfront. And we'll go through some more weeks and see if we get more complaints or whether that grows in effectiveness, but that is the status today. Okay, Deputy Mayor Ward, section E of the General Committee report.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section E of the General Committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated to be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section E of the General Committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated, be adopted. This is the McLean's Minister Zoning Order and the Fisher Auditorium and Event Center correspondence or circlist item. Comments or questions on this? Okay, very briefly, just to touch on something that I think was important to mention from the earlier deputations. So when I met with the McLean's many years ago, you know, I was very positive about their vision, and as they spoke with passion tonight about, they do have a very strong and singular vision for a mixed-use community, which includes long-term care and a number of uses. I found it very compelling, and I encouraged them to go through the planning process with Oro and so forth. It was a surprise when a request for a minister's zoning order was how this was proceeded with. And I guess the quarrel I would have at this point matches some of the other comments that were made by members of council around this process, the process of the MZO. But where we are today, if council approves this item, and I will be supporting it, is that we're going to correspond with the minister and say, look, we need to have our detailed review and raise our concerns. And then the minister will do as he chooses with regards to an MZO request. But to be clear, you know, I think it's unfortunate, really unfortunate that the McLeans were given advice to pursue this process. And I think it's unfortunate that in Ontario, the minister's zoning order is now being seen as an alternative planning application process because it gets around public consultation and local authority. And I don't think it was ever intended to be that. So on section E of the general committee report, those in favor of the motion, please indicate. Anyone opposed? None. That carries. Section F, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section F of the general committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated to be received.
It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section F of the general committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated be received. This is the discussion of a confidential potential acquisition of property matter, S Road and Ann and Wellington Streets. It is to receive the discussion from the confidential session. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor of section F. Any opposed? None. That carries. Section G, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section G of the general committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated to be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section G of the general committee report dated June 22nd, 2020, now circulated be adopted. This is the motion for adoption from the confidential session on a property acquisition matter from last week. Comments or questions on section G? Seeing none, those in favor, please indicate. None opposed. That is unanimous. And thank you for that, members of council. I appreciate that unanimity. Okay, that completes the general committee report. It brings us to the planning committee report from the next night, which was Tuesday of last week, because we're doing a lot right now. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section A of the planning committee report dated June 23rd, 2020, now circulated be adopted.
Okay, it's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson. That section A of the planning committee report from June 23rd, now circulated, be adopted. This is to adopt the three approval matters from last week's planning committee meeting. That is 658, 662 Mapleview, 272 Innisfil, and 185 Dunlop Street East. That last one is a community improvement plan funding matter. The first two were zoning bylaw amendment approvals. Comments or questions on section A? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Or any opposed? None. That carries. Thank you. Section B, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section B of general committee or planning committee report dated June 23rd, 2020 be received.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section B of the planning committee report dated June 23rd, 2020 be received. It's to receive the report from the three public meetings last week. Councillor McCann, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I have a plenary interest because I live on Arbor Trail, and one of the planning applications is, I believe, 3 Arbor Trail.
Yep, number 2 Arbor Trail. Madam Clerk, has Councillor McCann's potential interest in that matter been recorded?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Thank you very much. Comments or questions by those voting? Seeing none, those in favor, please indicate. Any opposed? None. That carries by those voting. Thank you. Section C, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that section C of the planning committee report dated June 23rd, 2020, now circulated be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the Planning Committee report dated June 23rd, 2020, now circulated, be adopted. This is with regards to 829 Essa Road. Does anyone wish to comment on this matter? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of Section C? Any opposed? None. That carries. So that is 829 Essa Road. We have a Section D of the Planning Committee report. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Actually, I don't have it here, but I know what I would say. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, Section D of the Planning Committee report dated June 23rd, 2020, now circulated, be adopted.
Okay, yeah, and we have an amendment to come on that one. So it is moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section D of the Planning Committee report dated June 23rd, as circulated, be adopted. Councillor Thompson, have you got the motion there? Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, Mayor Lehman, it's a little bit, I only got my phone and it's hard to see. So the motion 20P-30 Section D of Planning Committee meeting report dated June 23rd, 2020 be amended to delete paragraph 1 and replace it with the recommendation contained within the staff report DVO 18-20, sorry.
Yep, no, that's got it. It is moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Ward, that motion 20P-30 of Section D of the Planning Committee report dated June 23rd be amended to delete paragraph 1 and replace it with the recommendation contained in staff report DEV 1820. Councillor Thompson, would you care to introduce that?
Mayor Lehman, why I put the amendment, just listening to the deputation today, it sounds like there's no willingness to discuss with staff. So we might as well get on with it and not hold it up for no reason and creating work staff is not going to do. So that's pretty much the reason why I'm putting the motion on, just to one way or another.
Okay, so the effect of the motion is to put the original staff motion on the floor from last week, which was the approval. Those who wish to comment? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. And opposed to the amendment? One abstention, one opposed. Okay, that does carry. The amendment carries. And back on Section D of the Planning Committee report as amended. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor of Section D as amended? Any opposed? None. That carries. Okay, that completes the Planning Committee report from Tuesday. Now we're on to the General Committee report from earlier tonight, and that is the last of the committee reports. Deputy Mayor Ward, General Committee report.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, the Section A of the General Committee report dated June 29th, 2020 be adopted.
Okay, it is moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section A of the General Committee report dated June 29th, 2020 be adopted. These are the consent items from tonight's agenda. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor of Section A, please indicate. Any opposed? None. That carries. Section B, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, Section B of this General Committee report dated June 29th, 2020 be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section B of the General Committee report dated June 29th, 2020 be adopted. This is with regards to the McLean's Minister's Order for Mauro Medante, the motion from earlier tonight. Anyone wish to comment on this? I made my comments earlier. Councillor Jim Harris, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor Lane, this may be way out of order, but with the technology I was fighting, I've got my technology replugged in, and did I miss the 481 Yonge Street item? I think I did, or no? I
yes,
did.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Okay.
My suggestion, yeah, unfortunately, that vote was conducted. You can certainly speak to it coming up, but we did proceed with that matter.
Okay, I may well need some direction. Wow, okay. Anything that, so I can speak to it, sorry, when, sorry?
Well, I mean, you can, coming up during inquiries or announcements, if there's something you want to speak to it, but because the vote was conducted, we have moved on.
What was the vote? I think I voted yes. I think I voted yes. I apologize. Do you know the recorded vote?
It was unanimous.
Okay, so, okay. I'll speak to it then. Apologies. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Harris. I'm not sure what to tell you, but I know we're moving quickly tonight, but we did have that opportunity a few minutes ago. So I'll come to you to speak to it when we get to announcements. Okay, so we are on the McLean Minister's Order from tonight's General Committee meeting. Comments or questions on this matter? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. In favor of Section B, please indicate. Opposed? Councillor Morales? Okay, that does carry. Section C, it's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward. Sorry, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the General Committee report dated June 29, 2020 be adopted.
Okay, it's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that Section C of the General Committee report dated June 29, 2020 be adopted. This is with regards to the 2021 business plan and budget directions. Comments or questions? Okay, I'll just note, thank you again to the deputant who bore with us to come and give her comments tonight. This goes forward from here as our general budget direction, but it is certainly not the end of the conversation on any matters, as the police board will certainly be speaking to many of the matters raised in Councillor Aylwin's proposed amendment earlier tonight and raised by the community. So with that, I'll call the question on Section C. Those in favor of Section C, please indicate. Sorry, Councillor Natalie Harris, I can't see you, so I just wanted to give you the chance to vote if you're there. I know you've been having trouble with your tech tonight too. Councillor Harris, we're just calling a question on the budget directions. Are those in favor? Yes, okay. Any opposed? None, that carries. Thank you. Section D of the General Committee report dated June 29th, 2020. Deputy Mayor.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, Section D of the General Committee report dated June 29th, 2020 be adopted.
Okay, it's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Section D of the General Committee report dated June 29th, 2020 be adopted. This is with regards to the speed cushion on Dock Road as amended. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor of the motion, please indicate. Those opposed? None. That carries. Okay, in the time remaining to us, which we're going to have to move pretty quickly on, that completes the committee reports. Although I'm going to ask the clerk, I'm not feeling good about, because of the speed we had to move through the planning committee report, the ward councillor, and having a technology issue that made him miss the vote. Are there any procedural remedies at this point for council? I'm not sure there are any.
Through you to Mayor Lehman, this is a very unique circumstance because usually we're all in person and this is a technical issue. If you want to redo the vote again, we could possibly
wait a
do
minute.
that.
No, I've got an idea. This was a zoning bylaw amendment matter, was it not? Okay, so it requires a bylaw. Okay, so there's your answer. And is that bylaw on tonight?
No, through you, Mayor.
Sorry, you're muted again.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, it's not on the agenda for tonight because the initial motion was to refer it back to staff.
So there you go, Councillor Harris. It is unusual to address these matters at a bylaw stage, but you've still got that chance. So yeah, normally we would have done the bylaw for this one tonight because of the summer recess, but because the original motion had been to refer it, staff didn't prepare the bylaw for tonight. So that actually gives you quite a little bit of time. Notwithstanding, we don't, the bylaw stage is a very awkward point to debate the matter. It does give you the opportunity at that point to speak to it, and council could, although it requires a 2/3 vote at that point, change direction. So there is the one more opportunity. I know that's not ideal, but at least I got that for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Ms. Cook. I was toggling back and forth, and I couldn't get into the. So it went so fast. Actually, I got a text from Mr. Stevenson. He didn't know it went past either. So
yeah, it's unfortunate with
my
the pace.
He was engaged as well. So I feel at least vindicated in some respects, but I missed it. So I apologize for that.
Okay, so when the bylaw is presented, I'll ask the clerk to make a note for me to make sure that there's an opportunity for the ward councillor to speak at that point. And because there is one more vote at that point, even though it's on a bylaw, and usually we're past the point of debate, it will give you the opportunity this time around.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Okay, the risks of technology, to be sure. Okay, we have a motion without notice, and we have to finish this meeting in 23 minutes. So notwithstanding the issues with pace, let's move on. Councillor Aylwin, go ahead.
So I think we need to vote on the initial motion to allow the motion.
That's correct.
Notice.
So we need you to introduce the procedural motion without notice.
Okay. Doesn't show up on the agenda, so got it here.
I've got it here if you need the text.
By myself, seconded by Councillor Ward, Deputy Mayor Ward. Motion without notice extension of patio hours that pursuant to section 7.1 of the procedural bylaw, permission be granted to introduce a motion without notice concerning the extension of patio hours.
Thank you. It's moved by Councillor Aylwin, seconded by Councillor Ward, that pursuant to section 7.1 of the procedural bylaw 2019-100, permission be granted to introduce a motion without notice concerning the extension of patio hours. Those in favor of the procedural motion, please indicate. Anybody opposed? No, that's just the procedural piece. Councillor Aylwin, the motion itself.
Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Ward, that the hours of operation of the Patios Everywhere program be extended for additional hour as follows. No person shall allow any person to enter or re-enter the outdoor patio area after 11:30 p.m. and shall ensure that no person is permitted to be in or remain in the outdoor patio area after 12:15 a.m.
Thank you. It's moved by Councillor Aylwin and seconded by Deputy Mayor Ward, that the hours of the operation of the Patios Everywhere program be extended for an additional hour as follows. It will then read that no person shall allow any person to enter or re-enter the outdoor patio area after 11:30 p.m. That's currently 10:30, and shall ensure that no person is permitted to be in or remain in the outdoor patio area after 12:15 a.m. Anybody wish to comment on the motion?
Just
Councillor
very
Aylwin, go ahead.
quickly.
No, go ahead.
This came as a result of some requests from people in the business community. This could be a good way to support our local small businesses. And to clarify, this would not allow entertainment to proceed later than it's already allowed normally on a patio. So in our Norris bylaw, it would still apply.
And not only that, singing and dancing on patios is apparently still prohibited by emergency order. So there you go. Any other comments or questions on the motion without notice? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of an extra hour for patios? Are any opposed? None. That carries unanimously. Thanks for that, Councillor Aylwin. I know that was a late breaking change today, but will be helpful for our businesses this summer. The bylaws, Deputy Mayor Ward, I believe we're at the bylaws. No, sorry. We are going to do inquiries and announcements really quickly. First, any inquiries of staff members of council? You're all too tired, and I don't blame you. Oh, Deputy Mayor Ward isn't. Barry, over to you.
I'll try to be really quick. I'm not sure if this is for staff. I mean, I worry about, we've talked about the beaches, and I worry about them getting too crowded and our bylaw not being able to do anything. I mean, we all sort of, I think, felt smug. We were looking at Florida beaches and Brighton beaches elsewhere. I think we could have the very same situation in Barrie, and to be, embarrassing. First of all, it's unhealthy, and also embarrassing nationally if we had jammed beaches this summer. So I'm asking from staff, what are we doing from a enforcement to make sure that we don't get those scenes where we have thousands and thousands of people on the beaches and no social distancing?
CAO Prowse, or do you want to have Ms. McAlpine respond to that?
Well, I think as Ryan's queuing up Dawn, maybe if I can just add that we are certainly aware of, and Dawn's enforcement team continues to work all over the waterfront and all of the beaches. We also launched the Park Ambassadors program just recently, which is not designed to be an enforcement tool, but isn't designed to be a information tool to ensure people know the rules of engagement in and around the waterfront and the beaches, to ensure that the lifeguards are able to stay focused on lifeguarding and not be distracted from their tasks. In addition to that, we are utilizing municipal law enforcement and in fact, Barrie Police when is required. But having teed that up, I see Ms. McAlpine's also on, so I'll kick it over to her, Marilyn.
Go ahead, Ms. McAlpine.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman and CAO Prowse, for the opportunity. Yes, our municipal law enforcement officers are available and addressing issues as they arise. As always, they're seeking compliance first before they issue any tickets. So their approach is to educate, ensure that there's awareness, offer warnings, and if there isn't compliance at that point, they would issue a ticket.
Deputy Mayor Ward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other inquiries of staff? Okay, seeing none. Announcements. Deputy Mayor Ward, any announcements?
I have none.
Any announcements, members of council? I'm going to cut most of mine and simply get a couple out that I've been asked by staff that, to note. We have a backlog getting our tax bills out, and the notice, there's been some social media on this and messages to the broadcast media as well. The new tax due dates, August 31st and October 30th, are now online on the city's website. Bills are currently in the process of being mailed out. So not to worry, folks, those deadlines have changed. And there is more information on the website. We did receive a high volume of calls today to the city about that. Service Barrie staff, as Ms. James Reed also mentioned, are currently working through the many requests for resident waterfront parking passes. There is a delay in response time from Service Barrie and residents receiving those passes. If you have communicated by email, please consider the Service Barrie auto reply as verification that your request was successfully received. You will eventually get your pass. While passes are being processed, residents who receive a parking ticket can contact enforcement services by email, enforcement.services@barrie.ca, and provide proof of residency to have the ticket waived. So you will not have to pay those tickets with proof of residency if you are ticketed without a pass while you're waiting for one. Okay, I should mention Canada Day. Canada Day is being celebrated virtually this year. If you haven't been on the website yet to check out the content, already the content is pretty great. There's more going up, there's more happening all day, from interactive family fun and performances by local musicians to a virtual fireworks display using augmented reality. The Canada Day at-home programming will be a unique celebration, and you'll get to tell your kids about it many years from now. Remember that year the weather was perfect, but there were no fireworks outside and we had to watch them online? That's this year. In addition to the scheduled virtual programming, residents can check out the Canada Day Engagement Hub to get into the spirit leading up to the big day, today, tomorrow. Take Canada-themed polls, check out themed activities, Canadian-themed activities you can do from home, and of course, share what makes you proud to be Canadian. Residents are encouraged to post photos and videos of how they're celebrating on social media using Canada Day in Barrie, hashtag Canada Day in Barrie, and hashtag #OCanada. These celebrations, by the way, are part funded by the Government of Canada, and we thank them for their funding for the online celebrations this year. I do have a number of other announcements, but I think we'll just push them out using traditional and broadcast media, and we will move on now to the bylaws. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bills, and these bills will be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bills 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 66, and 68.
It is moved by Deputy Mayor Ward Sorry, seconded by, I don't have the seconder for the bylaws. Sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Yep.
I was using the wrong form. Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bills. These bills be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bills 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 66, 67, and 68. Comments or questions on these bylaws? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Any opposed? None? Those carry. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bills, and these bills be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bills 64 and 65.
It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that leave be granted to introduce the following bills, and these bills be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 64 and 65. Councillor Natalie Harris, go ahead.
Oh my gosh, I think I'm at like 1%. Okay, it's funny that what happened to Councillor Jim Harris now has answered my question. So I had a pecuniary interest up until a couple days ago with respect to these lots on Arda Road. And so I would like to change my now vote and vote no to these. I really did want to have a say on these sites and that are located at Arda and Ferndale. So that's why I'm going to be voting this time. And it's very important for me to have addressed that I felt horrible that I couldn't vote before.
Okay, and just to clarify, Councillor Harris, you moved, and that meant that you no longer own property close to these developments. So you're able to vote now, and you wanted to get on record voting against them as the ward councillor. Okay, so I will call the question now, and that's why Councillor Natalie Harris is able to vote on these. On Bill 64 and 65, please indicate those in favor. Those in favor. And those opposed, please indicate. 2 against. So that carries, but by a vote of 8-2. Deputy Mayor Ward.
It's a confirmation bylaw. Is that where we are? I hope?
Yep, that's
okay. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Thompson that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, and this bill be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 69.
Sorry, just before we proceed with that, did we not have Bill 67, Madam Clerk? I don't have the form for it.
It was included in the first one. So.
It was included in the first one. We just had on the cheat sheets, I just separated it just in case we had an amendment to the waterfront parking, but we didn't, so.
Okay, yes, and I did read it out at that time. My apologies. Okay, so the confirmation bylaw is on the floor. It's moved by Deputy Mayor Ward, seconded by Councillor Thompson. That leave be granted to introduce the following bill. This bill be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 69. Comments or questions? Seeing none. Those in favor? Any opposed to the confirmation bylaw? Boy, I'm really glad you didn't oppose that, Council, or all would have been for nothing. That completes our council agenda. Before I take a motion to adjourn, for those who've stuck it out and are still watching, council will not be meeting again until August the 10th. However, under the state of emergency, there is always the potential for matters to come up that require council's attention, in which case we will publicize the meeting. And I want to thank our staff, especially our staff who have been sitting in the emergency control group, who have been dealing with a pandemic and without a playbook, because there has been no playbook for COVID-19. They have been dealing with this since March the 13th, some dealing with it before that, trying to prepare, but it has been unprecedented, is so overused as a word, but what it really means is sleepless nights, a great deal of additional stress, and a great deal of problem solving and creativity to try and keep everyone safe in our city. Our staff have done that. We have had the privilege of guiding some of those efforts. We did a lot of work tonight on matters unrelated to COVID, but I really don't want to leave and adjourn tonight without thanking our staff, some who are on the call, and our frontline workers across our first responders, our parks, our roads people, everybody who has continued to work all the way through this, administrative staff and everyone else, because your efforts have been remarkable. And we sit here in a position today to be able to enjoy some of the things that make Barrie great, even in these new circumstances, because of the work that we've all done together. And I want to thank you, last of all, members of council. We tackled huge issues over this particularly this last 4 or 5 weeks. I am sure we didn't get them all right, nor right to the satisfaction of all of everyone. But we had some very, very good debate last week and again this week. And we have a lot of progress that we have made. Not fast enough for some, too fast for some, but I will thank you all for your work as members of council. We're now in recess for about 6 weeks, and I will happily take a motion to adjourn at 9 minutes to midnight. Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Kungle. City Council is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and have a great